Welcome back to the afternoon session, what is considered afternoon in Las Vegas. We are at 4 p.m. here, 3:50 p.m. here Eastern time, but this would be the afternoon session of court in Las Vegas. So welcome back. I see Jeff is already in the room. Welcome back, Jeff. Hopefully everybody else will get back in here pretty soon. And then by the time the court actually gets started, hopefully we'll have everybody back to close out day number 2 of this trial. We are getting into some interesting witnesses. I don't know if they're interesting because I'm an attorney or if they're interesting to you guys as well. But that last witness had some interesting things to say, and you could see the defense attorney kind of trying to probe at matters that will bolster him demonstrating some sort of reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors. He's trying to place that reasonable doubt in there, see if it sticks. So we're gonna pay attention to what he does, how he cross-examines these witnesses, especially because his cross-examination of these witnesses is then going to turn into his direct examination of his own witnesses. And when he's able to do his own direct of his witnesses, well, that's when he's really going to have the time to shine. He's really going to be able to shine and weave together exactly how it is that the police department has somehow perpetrated this massive conspiracy against one Robert Tellis. But in the meantime, the court is set to start in 9 minutes. They're probably going to be late because it's the court, and the court is always a few minutes late. Here in Florida, the courts are notoriously late. I don't know if the same is true as in Nevada, but they're going to be a few minutes late. They've got to seat all the jurors. They've got to get everybody back in the room, and people are coming back from lunch. It's going to take a little while. So in the meantime, there's a couple things I wanted to point out again. So first, this is kind of some of the stuff that we're looking at here. This, I believe, is Mr. Tellis's mugshot from one of the times that he was arrested. He was arrested at least 3 times that we know of. The first time that we know of was when his wife called to have him arrested. The second time that we know of was right before the police searched his home. They released him after that, but he was arrested at that point. So there would be the mugshot for that. And then the third time that we know of is when he was arrested and the time for which he is currently remaining in jail. So that's I believe one of the mugshots from one of those times he was arrested. That image in the upper right is of the cut up hat that was found in Mr. Tellis's garage. It was inside of a Sprouts bag, a Sprouts grocery bag in his garage, and what appeared to be kind of a tool shelf or something of that nature. And the police found that there. I believe that the defense is saying that was planted, that did not belong to Mr. Tellis, and he had nothing to do with it. And then on the left-hand side, you can see the perpetrator of this particular crime walking around in a pair of gray Nike shoes with a gray duffel bag and the straw hat that is allegedly the same straw hat that we see on the right-hand side. Now, in this last bit of testimony that we got from retired Detective Clifford Mogg, he did indicate that in the surveillance footage that he reviewed, the perpetrator's straw hat had some sort of a cord that went through one side and out the other side. We can't see it in this image here, but he did describe it. And it sounded a lot like what we see in that image of the cut up straw hat with respect to that cord that's piercing through one of those sides. He also clearly described the three kind of buttonhole type things that we can see in the image of that cut up straw hat. And he said he did see those on the surveillance video that he captured, that his team was responsible for collecting. Now, I also want to show you what the prosecution is alleging is the vehicle that was involved in this particular incident. This is outside of this image was taken by reporters outside of Mr. Tellis's home. The reporters actually worked for the newspaper that the decedent worked for prior to his death, and they were trying to gather evidence as the investigation was going on, and they gathered this photograph of Mr. Tellis, I believe, washing his wife's vehicle in the driveway. So that is a picture of the Denali, the Yukon Denali that is registered to Mr. Tellis's wife. Now, as the defense attorney previously mentioned, all Denalis have the word Denali written on the side, but the particular Denali that was involved in this incident had the stock rims, which we can see in this photograph. They had windows that were not tinted in the front, but were tinted in the back. And we can see that in this photograph as well. And he also indicated that in one of the surveillance camera clips that he collected, the passenger side visor was down. And when he arrived at the scene of Mr. Tellis's house, that same passenger side visor was down. And we can see in this image clearly that the passenger side visor was down. Now, I am not sure if this image is the image that was displayed to the jury when the prosecution was trying to draw the jury's attention to a particular spot of alleged discoloration on the hood of the Yukon Denali that the perpetrator used. But I'm going to hide myself on the screen to kind of get this as big my best guess as to what image was shown to the jury. And I have no other image of Mr. Tellis's wife's vehicle than this one. So clearly we are unable to see whether or not that discolored spot exists on Mr. Tellis's vehicle. But based on what we heard when the prosecution was showing images to the jury during that particular bit of dialogue, it's likely that there is an image that shows something of some discoloration or some reflection from the sun on the vehicle that Mr. Tellis's wife owns. So from, again, we didn't get any redirect examination of this last witness, but that's not to, there isn't always redirect. The prosecution gets to decide whether or not they are going to either try to elicit more information out of the witness, or whether they're going to call the witness back at a later time in the trial. And I didn't catch any dialogue as to which of those might happen. We went on break just after the defense finished its cross-examination of the witness, and I was unable to catch whether or not this witness is going to continue on the stand. But during cross-examination, we learned a few things. Mr. Tellis lives about 5.3 miles from the decedent, and along that route, or in that area, the last witness relied on 22 cameras to kind of track the assailant's vehicle and or Mr. Tellis's vehicle and or a vehicle belonging to someone else. And I say and or because in a lot of the images and a lot of the surveillance footage, there's no license plate on the rear of the assailant's vehicle. And then toward the end of the compilation of videos, we're shown a very similar vehicle going into Mr. Tellis's neighborhood, on which there is clearly affixed a license plate. So we could theoretically be looking at two totally separate vehicles. We could be looking at the same vehicle for which someone exited the vehicle and reattached a license plate. But we just don't know for sure. And the jury would essentially, based on what we've heard so far, the jury would have to decide that this was more than likely the same vehicle throughout all of this surveillance footage that was compiled, and that vehicle belonged to Mr. Tellis, and they are perfectly within their rights to make that determination. But the footage that we have, again, spans a 5.3 mile radius based on 22 cameras. There were 20 to 25 detectives trying to collect the footage in that 5 mile radius. So we did hear a brief snippet where the defense attorney was saying, well, did you go to those houses around Mr. Tellis's and find out if any of them had any footage that could be made available during this investigation? And the answer was no. Well, that's because there were 20 to 25 detectives collecting footage. So the defense attorney only asked whether or not he personally went to collect the footage in that particular neighborhood. He did say that he had members of his staff who went to that neighborhood to try to collect the data. And he said if the data would have existed, he would have seen it, and he did not see any surveillance footage from that particular neighborhood, so it must not have existed. Also on cross, again, they were saying that they were looking for vehicles associated with the defendant, but they never reviewed the route for the Tesla or the BMW. And I question why the defense counsel even got into that line of questioning. Because again, the cell phone belonging to Mr. Tellis is obviously remained in Mr. Tellis's home or in that general vicinity the entire time that this red Yukon Denali is meandering around the Clark County Valley area through the time that the decedent passes away. So had the investigation turned up any evidence that Mr. Tellis's Tesla or BMW were meandering around the area, then the question would become, well, why is Mr. Tellis's phone at home if he's supposed to be in his car, in his Tesla or in his BMW, driving around Las Vegas somewhere? So I'm confused as to why he went into that particular line of questioning. Maybe something will come out later that will shine some light on why he went down that road with this particular defendant, and maybe he'll wrap it all together in his closing statement, but that remains to be seen. We also heard again, even though no one has specifically testified to it, that Mr. Tellis was subject to surveillance on the date of his death, but we don't know yet exactly what that surveillance consisted of. We do know, based on opening statements, that a part of that surveillance was what is referred to as track and trace, where they essentially the police essentially track someone's cell phone and use the cell phone data to kind of trace where that person is going, and they do it real time as opposed to having to do it after the fact. And they were investigating Mr. Tellis based on certain things that had allegedly occurred within the public administrator's office. But if that was the extent of the surveillance that was going on, well, then again, that's further reason for Mr. Tellis to leave his cell phone at home, even if he wasn't going out to commit this particular crime. But that's only if he knew that the police were investigating him. We learned that the vehicle had stock rims, and that the defense attorney did ask, is tinting a standard feature? And apparently he was expecting a different answer, but the witness said, no, it's not a standard feature. So, that kind of narrows down the number of vehicles within the 67 red Denalis that are in the Clark County Valley. I don't know how big that area is, but there's 67 red Yukon Denalis within the Clark County area. The tint on the windows at the very least narrows down from 67 the number of vehicles that could have possibly been involved in this particular crime, assuming that the assailant's vehicle was one that was registered to someone in the Clark County Valley. And he did drive home the fact that none of the images that were shown to the jury, none of the surveillance footage captures the license plate number of the vehicle. It doesn't capture any plates being removed or added to any vehicle. So anything specifically tying Mr. Tellis to this specific crime has not yet been placed into evidence. So that's where we are at this juncture. It looks like the court may be getting started here any minute. So I'm going to bring up the court cam on the screen just so that we don't miss anything. And we don't have any volume as of yet, but we are live here Usually, Court TV doesn't display this logo image, this seal of Nevada, until the court members are returning to the courtroom. So again, we should be getting started here relatively quickly. Anybody who has any questions during this trial, anybody who has any comments during this trial, I am monitoring the comments. I'm here to answer any questions you might have. Again, I am an attorney. I am not licensed in the state of Nevada. So I'm not 100% abreast of Nevada laws. I'm not 100% abreast of Nevada rules of procedure or Nevada rules of evidence, but there are certain things that are pretty common to every state. I'm an attorney in the state of Florida. It's likely that I will be able to answer general questions about what's going on here. I am not giving any legal advice, but if you have questions about the trial, I'm more than willing to answer questions about what specifically is going on or why people are asking certain questions, why things are proceeding the way that they are proceeding. And my answer is probably going to be given based on how things would proceed or why that would be the case here in the state of Florida. And it is more than likely applicable to what is going on in Nevada because things typically aren't that different from state to state. So again, if you have any questions or comments, please drop them in the chat and I will do my best to answer those questions or respond to those comments. And again, I do see Jeff and Natalie are talking to each other in the chat. Welcome back, Natalie. I don't see Tread here yet. Hoping to see him back here soon. Another thing to note as this is going on is that this trial has been relatively void of objections. Nobody seems to be objecting to pretty much anything going on during the trial. We've had probably somewhere between 6 and 8 objections as to things that are happening here. Questions that have been answered. So that's usually not the case. I don't do criminal law. I do civil law, and I object all the time. I try not to object during anybody's opening statement unless they do something pretty egregious. I don't really object during opening or closing. I'd probably object a little more during closing than I would during an opening, but I try to, kind of let them have their way. But when they're questioning witnesses, I object all the time. And most attorneys do. So the fact that there are so few objections is interesting to me. Maybe that's a creature of criminal law. I don't know. Because again, I don't do it. And the reason I don't do criminal law is because it would be very difficult for me to jump into a case and then get a really good feeling that the person I'm defending committed the crime. It's much more difficult for a criminal defense attorney to stop representing their client than it is for a civil attorney to stop representing their client. I can pretty much get out of any case that I'm in with any client that I have simply by filing a motion for recusal. The court typically doesn't bat an eye at motions for me to stop representing my client in a civil action. And we just ask, when we file the motion, we just ask that the client be given time to find another attorney, as long as we're not doing it right before trial starts, which would put the client at a severe disadvantage in their ability to be able to find another attorney to represent them. The court really doesn't care. But when you're dealing with somebody's life, somebody's liberty, the court is hesitant to allow you to detach yourself from the case. And I believe that is the case unless there is already another defense attorney lined up. Now, if the client wants to fire you, the client can fire you whenever they want. But for the attorney to leave without the client's consent, much more difficult in a criminal matter. So for those reasons, I've never desired to do criminal law. And the same is true on the prosecution side. You can't, if you're a prosecutor, you definitely can't fire your client because your job is working for your client, the state or the county. And sometimes they prosecute people for things that I don't think they should prosecute people for. Working for myself, I get to go into court to represent people that I feel good about representing. And that's not necessarily the case in the criminal law field. So I don't do it. But I know something about it, which is why we're here and why I can offer the analysis that I'm offering. No doubt, if I had been a criminal attorney for 30 years, my analysis might be better or a little more in depth. But the decade that I've been practicing law gives me a bit of insight into a lot of things. Even in civil cases, we have to deal with the fact that some of our clients might be criminals, or we have to deal with the fact that the other side's clients might be criminals, and that there are aspects of criminal law that get intertwined with civil actions. So practicing in the civil realm also gives you some deal of insight into the criminal law field. Hopefully we'll get started here soon. They're paying the bills again. We are now about 16 minutes into when they said they would get started. Maybe they had some preliminary matters to deal with. And when the attorneys are dealing with the judge, if you notice, they turn the microphones off. Typically, they will have, in these criminal matters, like a headset or something, so that the client can hear what the attorneys are saying to the judge. So the defendant can hear what the attorneys are saying to the judge. And we don't have that in civil. In civil, when I get up and talk to the judge, and we're doing a sidebar, my client just sits at the table and lets us do what we're going to do. If they were up there, they wouldn't know what is going on most of the time anyway. They wouldn't really understand what we're arguing about, because we're usually arguing about nuances of the law or of procedure that other people might not really get. Jeff says, I thought his attorney did a decent job putting doubt in the jury's mind. So yeah, I agree. And let me clear something up. I did say at the end of one of these things that there's allegedly some DNA evidence that was under Mr. Tellis's fingernails that belonged to the victim. I got that backwards. There was allegedly DNA evidence under the fingernails of the victim that belonged to Mr. Tellis. I think he's doing the best job he can possibly do at creating reasonable doubt in the minds of the juries with respect to, the prosecution's witnesses. He hasn't even started his case in chief to where he's probably going to do the lion's share of creating the reasonable doubt, or trying to create the reasonable doubt. My question becomes, what do you do with that DNA evidence? Because they collected the DNA off of the victim well before they arrested Mr. Tellis. So the chain of custody of the DNA evidence from the victim's fingernails should show that they began processing the DNA, analyzing the DNA, analyzing whatever was under his fingernails before Mr. Tellis was arrested. And therefore, because it was already in the works, once they gathered Mr. Tellis's DNA, there's no escaping whether or not it matches. I mean, the police department, I don't see how they would have been able to conspire to make Mr. Tellis's DNA that was collected after Mr. Gehrman's DNA was collected and began being processed match. I don't see how they could conspire to do that. So I'm wondering how he's going to deal with that. With the evidence that has been presented thus far, it's pretty easy to create some reasonable doubt if we were just relying on that evidence. But essentially, the jury is going to have to disregard the evidence that was collected during the search of Mr. Tellis's home. They're going to have to attribute that evidence to a conspiracy, because no one in their right mind shreds a pair of shoes like that, like was done here, allegedly. If you're going to get rid of a pair of shoes, you throw it away. If you're going to get rid of a straw hat, you don't cut it up. And the defense attorney has tried to say, well, they cut it up to make it smaller so that they could carry it into the residence. This was during his opening statement, so they could carry into the residence concealed and then bring it out. But it's a straw hat, so they could have just folded it up. It didn't have to be cut up. They could have folded up and stuffed it in their pants. I mean, it would be very easy to get a straw hat into the home. And as for the shoe, the fact that a part of the shoe was in a baggie, the rest of one entire shoe was whole and intact, and half of another shoe was intact. So how does cutting up the other half of the shoe make it easier to get it into the residence in a concealed fashion? It just doesn't fit. So, but we would have to believe that the jury would have to believe that all of this evidence was planted and that somehow they made up the DNA evidence as well. And so the court TV is saying that they're waiting for the judge, the jury and the judge. So there are no sidebars going on. We're just waiting. Not only do they have to put aside that evidence, but then you'd be asking them, as you put aside that evidence, also disregard the fact that the assailant was using a vehicle that matches to a T a vehicle registered to Mr. Tellis's wife. So while we can create that while the defense attorney can create that reasonable doubt with respect to the vehicle, I don't know about creating reasonable doubt with respect to all of the other evidence, plus the vehicle, plus the fact that this former detective has traced a vehicle that looks like Mr. Tellis is going from Mr. Gehrman's house to and entering into Mr. Tellis's neighborhood at roughly the time that it should have happened if that vehicle was involved in Mr. Gehrman's death. So Jeff says, yes, the DNA, the cut on his hand, the evidence in his garage with a hat in the shoes, the vehicle, the defense attorney has a long road to hoe. Yes, he does. I mean, this is, he has got his work cut out for him. And I don't think it helps that his client wants to take the stand. I don't think that helps at all. I think that can only go bad for him. I'm looking forward to it. I want to see it. I'm really hoping it happens. I mean, for Mr. Tellis's sake, I hope he changes his mind. I can't imagine that he escapes from the stand without taking a hit or two. I don't think I've ever seen a criminal defendant who takes the stand go well. And in this particular case, I don't think there's much that Mr. Tellis can do that would make it go well. Nothing he can say. So we do have some sound going on now. So it does sound like some people are entering the courtroom. So we will likely be getting started here in the next couple of minutes. While it has been fun talking to you guys, I am looking forward to seeing some more witnesses. This judge has also been pretty good at maintaining decorum and throughout this case, even before the trial began, this judge has been very fair, very even-handed. She's given Mr. Tellis a mile of leeway in this case. So far, there's been nothing that she's done that I can see that would be cause for this trial to be overturned in any way. But I'll be looking out for something like that as well. And you can see when they show Mr. Tellis, he seems very concerned about everything. He shows some shock at times. He seemed horrified when they showed pictures of the decedent after he passed. But that could all be an act. But if it is an act, he's putting on a pretty good show for the jury. He also seems genuinely interested in what's going on. He's taking notes at the table. He's likely going over his notes with his defense attorney during the recesses.
Testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth.
Here we go.
The truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name is Stephanie, Stephanie. Last name Yagi, Yagi.
Thank you very much. If you could you please explain to the jury what you do for a living?
I'm currently employed as a medical examiner at the Clark County Coroner's Office.
How long have you been with the Clark County Coroner's Office?
About 2 years.
If you could, please, and what is your title?
Medical examiner and forensic pathologist.
If you could explain to the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So a medical examiner is a medical doctor who specializes in determining the cause and manner of death.
If you could, please describe your educational background for the jury.
So again, this is now the second expert that they've called. In order for expert testimony to reach the jury, in order for them to be able to ask questions of this expert that the jury is going to be able to rely upon, they have to preface those questions and the expert testimony, the expert opinion testimony, because that's what the expert is giving is opinions. In order to get at those opinions, they have to qualify the expert. So the beginning of this is going to be them establishing that this expert is qualified to give the opinions that she's about to give.
I am a medical doctor. After graduating from medical school, I did 4 additional years in residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
After finishing your schooling, where did you go professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County Coroner's Office? Or
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has what you need to win your year. We've got everything from cleats to...
On average, how many autopsies
residency training in anatomic and clinical pathology and 1 additional year in subspecialized training in forensic pathology. And I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
After finishing your schooling, where did you go professionally from that point? Was it to the Clark County Coroner's Office or was it somewhere else?
Yes, after training, I went directly to the Clark County Coroner's Office.
All right. On average, how many autopsies do you perform a year?
Approximately 250.
Okay. If you could, describe what is the purpose of an autopsy?
The purpose is going to be to determine the cause and manner of death in any sudden, unexpected, violent, or suspicious deaths.
All right. Are there categories that help define potential manners of death?
Yes.
How many are there? At least within your office, how many are there?
So there are 5.
Okay, and please tell us each one.
So there's going to be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, and in cases where we cannot tell, undetermined.
Okay. Did you perform the autopsy on an individual by the name of Jeffrey Michael Gehrman?
Yes.
Okay, and that was performed on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
If you could, explain a little bit about how Mr. Gehrman's body is transported to your office.
In cases like these where it is a suspicious or violent death, the body is transported in a sealed body bag, either from the scene or the hospital, wherever death is pronounced. It is then transported to our office, and that seal is not broken until the forensic processing takes place in the presence of law enforcement.
Who are the individuals that put that body?
So right now they're establishing the chain of custody of the evidence, and this is likely going to lead to them introducing the DNA evidence that was under Mr. Gehrman's fingernails. They have to establish that the evidence followed the proper chain and never went outside of the proper chain in order for it to be considered to be evidence that the jury can consider.
In a sealed bag for transport to your office?
Those would be our coroner investigators.
Okay, so not someone affiliated with Metro, but actually employees from your office.
Correct.
When Mr. Gehrman's body arrived in your office, was it in that sealed bag?
Yes.
Did you notice any sort of tampering with the seal in any way?
No.
Okay. So after you, let's say, open a seal of someone you're about to perform an autopsy on, what's the next step?
So every step of this process is photo documented. Again, a photograph of the sealed body bag is taken, as well as a tote tag with identifying coroner case number. The body is then photographed as is, or as it comes out of the body bag, and then processing takes place in layers. So if a body is clothed, the clothes are taken off, and again, photographs are taken. If the body is dirty, it is then cleaned, and then again, photographs are taken.
Is there a process of taking fingernail or toenail clippings from a body?
In certain cases, yes.
In this case, was that performed?
I don't recall.
Okay. If that is actually performed, when does that typically happen in the process?
Again, during the processing portion of the autopsy.
And so that's the beginning part where you're photographing and things like that before you get to, for example, cutting and going into the body. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So after you take photographs of the body with clothing on, and then remove the clothing, and then you get to cleaning the body, what is the next step for a medical examiner like yourself?
So the autopsy examination occurs in multiple steps. The first step is going to be an external examination. So I'm just looking at the body, documenting, identifying features such as hair color, eye color, scars, tattoos, as well as any external trauma that I can see on the body.
Okay. So you kind of go from head to toe and you're marking things externally on the body. What would be the next phase of the autopsy?
The next step is going to be the internal examination. So this portion is somewhat likened to a surgical procedure where the body is opened, the internal organs are taken out, they are evaluated as well as weighed, again documenting any sequelae of natural disease one might have, as well as any injuries.
Is there a phase that continues after an internal examination?
There are additional ancillary studies that we can perform that are included as part of the autopsy examination, things like toxicology testing, histologic or microscopic examination if necessary, or any type of other consultations that we see fit.
Okay. Were those things performed in this case?
In this case, toxicology testing was performed.
But not a histological one?
Correct.
And that's essentially when you're looking at tissue underneath. You take slides of tissue and look at under a microscope. Would that be correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were any radiographs or MRIs taken of the body?
Postmortem radiographs or x-rays were taken in our office of the body.
Okay. And so that was done in this case?
Correct.
All right. Now, at this time, I'd like to approach with what has been admitted by stipulation, Your Honor, states 188 through states 203.
That's correct.
May I approach the witness? All right, let the record reflect I'm showing the witness states 188 through 203. Please take a moment, doctor, take a moment to flip through those and let me know if these look familiar to you.
Trigger warning. If they show these images, they are likely to be graphic. So
Okay.
please be advised.
What are we looking
You
at?
may see some
In
graphic
general,
images
these are
at this
gonna be
point.
Photographs from the forensic processing portion, as well as autopsy examination for this particular case.
Thank you very much. At this time, permission to publish? Publishing states 188. Who are we looking at here?
So this is a facial identification photograph of the decedent, Mr. German.
Okay, I think it's pronounced Gehrman, but that's okay.
apologize.
It's okay. How old was Mr. Gehrman?
I don't recall.
Would it help refresh your recollection to see a copy of your autopsy report?
Yes.
Okay, referring to page 1, counsel. Just read silently here, these 2 lines here, and let me know if that refreshes your memory.
Yes, it does.
Okay. So let me ask you again. How old was Mr. Gehrman at the time of his death?
69 years.
Okay. So this is kind of an external view of him. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, for the purposes of your external examination, you noted a series of injuries. We'll come back to this, but I want to first start with publishing 189. What are we looking at here?
This is an overall photograph of the anterior or front portion of the body.
Okay. I want to talk first about his neck. Did you note externally an injury sustained to Mr. Gehrman's neck?
Yes.
What type of wound was it? Where was it on the neck?
There are actually 2 sharp force injuries of the neck, more specifically 2 incised wounds of the anterior and left lateral aspects of the neck.
Okay. Let's take the incised wound to the anterior of the neck. If you could, please explain to the jury, what does the word incised mean?
So an incised wound is a category of sharp force injury, which is an injury created by something with a blade or cutting edge. An incised wound, by definition, is longer on the skin than it is deep within the body. And by contrast, we have stab wounds, which are going to be the opposite. They're going to be deeper into the body than their length on the skin.
So a stab wound essentially could be someone plunging some sharp object into a body versus slicing across.
It could be, yes.
Okay. I want to publish Exhibit 197. What are we looking at here?
So this is the incised wound to the anterior neck previously discussed.
Do you know what the term wound track means?
Yes.
What does it mean?
In my opinion, it is the path that the injury is involving, so specific tissues and or objects that are involved in said wound.
If you could, please explain to us, based on your examination of Mr. Gehrman, tell us about the wound track of this particular incised wound to the anterior of his neck.
So this wound involved obviously the skin and underlying or subcutaneous tissues. It also produced defects in the larynx, which is part of the respiratory tract, and the carotid artery, which is a main artery that supplies blood to the brain.
If you could, please explain to us what sort of damage receiving a wound like this to your larynx could do to a person.
It could make it difficult to breathe.
And tell me about the carotid artery. Why is that such a significant artery in the body?
It is the main blood supply to the brain.
And what happens if the brain, I know this may seem like a silly question, but please, doctor, tell us, what would happen to a person if their body could not get blood to their brain?
They suffer things like anoxia, which is lack of oxygen. The brain controls many, if not all, of the functions of our body.
Is this injury, based on your medical training and experience, potentially fatal?
Yes.
Do you believe, based on your examination, this was one of the fatal injuries?
Yes.
Publishing Exhibit 198. What part of the body are we looking at now, doctor?
This is the left lateral or left aspect of the neck.
Is there an injury that you denoted here that you memorialized in your report?
Yes, there is a small incised wound.
You know what? If you take your mouse, I believe it should, if you could take the mouse and maybe point to us, where is that second incised wound?
So it's going to be right here.
Okay. So let the record reflect that the witness has circled what appears to be a small incision almost in the center of the photo on the left side of his neck. If you could, what was the wound track result here?
It was relatively superficial, involving only the skin and some subcutaneous tissues.
And so superficial meaning it didn't go too deeply. Would that be correct?
Correct.
In layman's terms, sorry. Let's talk, was there another wound on the left side of the neck? Republishing 198.
No.
Did you indicate at some point that there was a stab wound to the left posterior of the neck?
Yes.
Do you see that here in this photograph?
No.
Okay. But one is noted, is that correct?
Yes.
And let me do this. The lighting's not great either, so let me at least approach and you look at it. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but
Boundaries. So we take it for granted that the cause of death was a stab wound because we have heard so often that the cause of death was a stab wound. The prosecution still has to establish the cause of death, and that's what they're doing right now. They're establishing that the stabbing was the actual cause of death because at the end of the trial, they can't get a guilty verdict if they haven't demonstrated what the cause of death was and that the assailant actually caused the death of Mr. Gehrman. So don't take it for granted that he died by a stab wound. The defense could say we don't know how he died. The jury doesn't know how he died. So, prosecution, you lose. And that's it. It's game over.
to the right posterior. Was there another injury that you had denoted to the right posterior neck?
Yes.
Okay, what type of injury was that?
It was considered a stab wound.
Okay, what was the wound track on that injury?
Again, this wound involved the skin, subcutaneous muscles, and soft tissues.
Okay. I might circle back to that one. I want to talk about the torso for a moment. Was there an injury to the lateral side, the left lateral side of his torso?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the left lateral torso.
Okay. I'm publishing, going to publish Exhibit 190. Do you see the general area where you denoted those injuries?
Yes.
Okay, if you could, why don't you show us with your, and actually, you know what I can do too? I can have an enlargement here. I'm going to publish 195. Just a bit. Where on the left side of Mr. Gehrman is there another injury?
So there's a stab wound here, and there's actually also one here behind this arm.
Okay. Let me publish 196. Is this a better view
Yes,
of at least one of those injuries?
yes.
Okay. Tell me, the stab wound to the left lateral torso, what was the wound track on that? What damage did this injury do?
Of which stab wound?
The one to the left lateral torso, the one closer to the rib cage.
Can you be more specific?
You denote in your report that there's a sharp injury number 5.
So there are 2 stab wounds of the lateral torso. One is more superior or higher up on the chest, while the other one is more midline chest.
Let's talk about the higher up one.
So the more superior stab wound of the left lateral torso involved, again, the skin and subcutaneous tissues, the thoracic cage or ribs, the left lung, as well as the heart and aorta, which is the main blood supply to the body.
What damage did this stab wound do to the upper lobe of the lung?
So it punctured the upper lobe of the left lung.
What sort of damage could that create in a person?
Could be variable.
Okay, well, give us some examples, doctor.
Well, my specialty training is not clinical medicine, so my patient population is somewhat biased. However, it could result in trouble breathing. It could result in blood within the chest cavity, and it could result in death.
Okay, you mentioned.
So as you see images as they pan back to Mr. Tellis, bear in mind that Mr. Tellis has already seen all of these images, likely multiple times. He's been to every deposition of every witness. He has gone through this file with his attorney on multiple occasions. So he's not shocked at what he's seeing. So again, this is, at least part of this is an act for the jury.
What damage to, was it, I don't know if you testified to this, but did this injury also touch the pericardium?
Yes.
What is the pericardium?
The pericardium is the sac that surrounds the heart.
What sort of damage could that cause to a person if their pericardium is pierced?
On its own, could be nothing.
Okay. Tell me about, was there any, did this wound penetrate the heart in any way?
Yes.
What did it hit?
I believe it hit one of the atria of the lung, or sorry, atria of the heart.
Okay. Did you note that it had hit the right ventricle as well as the aorta?
I would have to refresh my recollection.
Sure. Referring to page 3, counsel. Thank you. Does that refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me about this injury. What parts of the heart did this stab wound affect on the heart?
It resulted in injury to the right ventricle of the heart.
Okay. What is the role of the right ventricle?
It is one of the pumping chambers of the heart.
Okay. What can happen to a person if their right ventricle is damaged?
Their function to pump blood to the body may become impaired.
Can that injury be potentially fatal?
Yes.
In your opinion, based on your examination here, was this one of the potential fatal injury, or was this one of the fatal injuries suffered by Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
Let's talk about the aorta. What is significant about the aorta? What role does it play?
It is one of the main vessels that leads from the heart to the rest of the body.
Okay. If that portion of if that valve or portion of the heart is damaged, how can that affect a person?
Blood could be impaired to the rest of the body.
In your opinion, based on your training and medical experience, was this another one of the fatal injuries to Mr. Gehrman?
It could be, yes.
Let's talk about the the lower injury to the left lateral torso. I'm republishing 195. If you could show us I don't know if the lighting's great on that, but if you could show us, where is that injury?
Can you repeat which injury you're speaking
The
of?
lower left lateral injury to the torso.
It's going to be this one down here.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness has circled an injury to the left of the hand that's holding up a ruler in the photograph. Would that be accurate, doctor?
Yes.
If you could, please tell me about the wound track for this particular wound.
This wound involved the skin and subcutaneous tissues as well as the hemidiaphragm and the kidney.
Okay. And what sort of damage can that cause to the body?
The diaphragm is responsible for helping a person breathe, and the kidney is responsible for waste production.
Okay. What sort of effect can that have on the body if you sustain an injury such as that?
Which injury?
You can take them in order. I apologize. We can start with the hemidiaphragm if you wish.
Could lead to trouble breathing.
Okay. How about to the helium of the left kidney?
The hilum of the kidney compromises multiple different constituents of the kidney, including major vessels, as well as the renal pelvis, which then leads to the bladder. Injury to this area could result in hemorrhage or bleeding.
All right. Was there, and this was what type of wound? An incised wound, a stab wound?
This was a stab wound.
All right. Was there a third injury to the left lateral torso?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Would it help refresh your recollection if I refer to page 3 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Page 3. Does this help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Was there a third injury that you had noted to the left side of Mr. Derman's torso?
No.
Okay. Do you recall at least denoting that in your report?
The report denotes a left posterior torso wound, which is the back of the body.
Okay, but Doc, let me just approach real. I just want to make sure I'm getting the numbers correct. You had indicated previously there was a left lateral injury that hit the hemidiaphragm and the hilum. Is that correct?
Yes.
In your report, do you note that as 7 or 6?
Number 7 is denoted as left lateral torso, and then number 6 is left posterior torso. It appears from the report, and my apologies, the left posterior torso wound is the wound that perforates the diaphragm and hilum of the kidney.
Okay, so so posterior means back?
Back.
Okay, so there's an injury, so just so we're clear, on his left back, there's an injury. It's a stab wound, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and those are the ones that perforated the hemidiaphragm and the hilum?
Correct.
Okay, so that's one. We haven't seen that in the picture. You denoted the second lateral one, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and the damage with respect to that left lateral torso, was that more superficial in nature?
Yes, it involved only the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
Okay. I want to show you Exhibit 193. Are there any injuries here that you noted?
Yes, there are 2 stab wounds to the posterior neck.
Okay. Could you circle where those are?
Sure. We have one here and one here.
Right. Publishing 192.
You guys already know Ovadia Law Group handles car accident cases, but did you know we have a great network of attorneys that can handle
Portion of the body, and we have 2 stab wounds as well. Here and then here as well.
So that last one you just circled, is that the left posterior one that you were describing that hits the, I'm gonna butcher that, I want to look at my notes. The hemidiaphragm as well as the hilum.
Yes,
Okay, so that's the one you were talking about previously.
correct.
Okay. This superior one up here, what was the wound track on that?
Again, involves the skin and subcutaneous tough tissues.
Okay, and then I'm just re-showing 193, these two up here, what sort of damage did that create?
Both are going to involve the skin and subcutaneous soft tissues.
All right? Publishing 194. Is this the right side? Is this the right side of Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And what do we see on the right side that was of note for your investigation or your examination of Mr. Gehrman?
So here in the center of the photograph, there is a linear abrasion, which is like a scrape or scratch-like injury.
Okay. I want to now focus on Mr. Gehrman's hands. I want to focus on the right hand. What did you note with respect to his right hand and his right forearm?
There were multiple, approximately 3 incised wounds to the right hand and forearm.
Publishing 201. Could you circle where you see any potential, or where you see injuries on Mr. Gehrman's hand?
Yes. So there's one here. I believe there's one here as well. It's slightly overexposed.
Let's see if I can bring the darkness down. But you're noting here and here, is that correct?
Correct.
And for the record, there seems to be kind of near the right index finger a laceration, and she's also noting an injury to the inside of his right thumb near the base. Have you ever heard the term defensive type injuries or defensive wounds?
Yes.
In your line of work, what does that mean?
They're wounds that characteristically are seen when a victim is attempting to either defend themselves actively or passively.
Did you make a determination based on your training and experience that these wounds here were most likely representative of a defensive type injury?
Yes, they could be consistent with defensive type wounds.
Publishing 202, we're now looking at his right forearm. Is there an injury noted here?
Yes.
Could you circle it?
There's a small incised wound here in the middle of the photograph.
Okay. Publishing 203, is this a more close-up view of that same injury?
Yes.
In your opinion, was this also consistent with a defensive wound?
It could be.
Turning to his left hand and forearm, did you also note injuries on his left hand and his left forearm?
Yes.
Okay. Publishing 199, could you show us where any injuries are depicted in that photograph?
There is an incised wound here on the dorsal aspect of the thumb.
Okay, is that dorsal mean top?
Yes.
Okay. And publishing 200. What did you note here?
And then again, there is an incised wound to the forearm.
Okay. Could you circle it for us?
Yes.
All right. In your opinion, based on your training experience, did you also make a determination that these injuries to the left forearm and to the left hand are also consistent with defensive type wounds?
Yes, they could be.
Lastly, did you make a series of notations about a variety of other bruises or contusions or potentially even smaller lacerations throughout Mr. Gehrman's body?
Yes.
And then publishing 188, do we see some of those in this photograph?
Yes.
And generally, where are these injuries?
So scattered predominantly across the forehead are some minor abrasions or again these scrape or scratch-like injuries.
If you could, just take your mouse and just show us what you're speaking about.
Etc.
Okay. When you've concluded your examination, did you reach a determination as to what the cause and manner of death was with respect to Jeffrey Gehrman?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death?
Multiple sharp force injuries.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
And in lay terms, what does homicide mean?
Homicide means death at the hands of another.
Thank you. I have no further questions to the case.
Yes, thank you. Doctor, how many stab wounds were on the body?
Sorry, I have to do some math in my head. I believe there,
So the defense attorney doesn't have to do much here because his theory of the case is that his client didn't commit the crime. So associating the stabbing with as the cause of death, making the stabbing the cause of death doesn't really do anything to affect his client if his client didn't commit the crime. So I don't expect him to do much here.
6 stab wounds,
And how many slicing wounds, slashing wounds?
7 incised wounds.
Okay, so we have 6 and 7, 13.
Yes,
You had given testimony concerning that appeared to be a slashing wound to the front of the neck, correct?
incised wound, yes.
And I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 189. I'm sorry. That would be the wound right here, correct?
Correct.
You would testify that that would have severed the carotid artery, correct?
It did sever the carotid artery, yes.
It did.
Yes,
And you would testify that that would be the primary source, the main source of blood to the brain.
correct.
Safe to say that in so doing, having been severed, that would have admitted a substantial amount of blood.
It could have, yes.
Through your examination of the body, were you able to determine whether this wound had occurred in a standing position, laying position?
No,
But assuming that it would have been a decisive wound or a primary cause of death wound, it would be safe to assume that Mr. Gehrman was standing. Fair to say?
I would not assume that, no.
No. So it's your testimony then that he could have basically received a fatal cut and gotten back up or been down. You're unaware as to the order. Fair to say?
Correct.
Of the 13 wounds suffered, would it be your characterization that this would be the most serious?
It is one of the more significant wounds, yes.
The other wound being to the left side of the body,
Yes,
near the heart,
yes,
and that would have been the second most grievous, or the second most serious wound that Mr. Gehrman would have suffered, correct?
I would say that it is another significant wound, yes.
And is it also fair to say that given the location of the wound and the type of the wound, again, that would have emitted a great deal of blood?
Can you be more specific about where?
Would you expect that cut to bleed, that stab wound to bleed?
Potentially, yes.
Potentially. Would you expect it not to bleed?
There are certain circumstances, yes, where a lot of blood might not be produced.
And what would those circumstances be?
So bleeding could be externally or internally. So I guess we'd have to delineate which one you're asking about.
You obviously performed the autopsy in this case. Did you see any signs of internal bleeding?
Yes,
And how significant was the internal bleeding?
there was a small amount of blood.
A small amount. So then it would be safe to assume that the bleeding was exterior. I mean, it would have left the body, correct?
It could have.
Okay. It would be, for a person to bleed a fair amount from this wound, would be consistent with the wound received. I mean, you have no reason to believe that it didn't bleed a fair amount.
Correct.
Same question concerning the wound to the neck. I mean, it's safe to assume that would have bled a lot because there were no signs of internal bleeding concerning that wound, correct?
There were signs of internal bleeding.
But a small amount versus a large amount.
At the time of the autopsy, correct.
Okay. So again, we'd have small internal bleeding, not major internal bleeding as to the two major wounds that occurred, correct?
At the time of the autopsy, yes.
Based upon your examination of the body, specifically the incised wounds, are you able to give an opinion as to the type of murder weapon or the weapon that caused these wounds?
No, other than sharp force injury, which would be due to a tool or implement with a sharp cutting edge, no.
Were any wounds particularly deep? What were the depth of it? And let's focus on the, outside of the defensive wounds, which obviously wouldn't give you an indication, that the two primary wounds.
The deepest wound, I believe, was measured at approximately 3 inches in depth.
3. And as far as the instrument, you can't give any opinion. Jagged edge, straight edge, anything of that nature.
Correct.
Safe to say that the instrument was not longer, assuming it was a knife blade, longer than 3 inches, based upon your examination of the body.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Absolutely. Safe to assume that based upon your examination of the body, and assuming this was a knife wound, safe to say that the blade of the knife would have not been longer than 3 inches.
It is not safe to assume that.
And please explain why.
So the depth of the wound does not directly correlate to the length of the blade. Someone can use full force, push a blade directly all the way to its hilt into a decedent, therefore creating a depth longer than the actual blade, or the blade could not be pushed.
Sorry about these ads, people. We will fix that for the next live stream.
Case, would there be any,
As the full length of the blade.
and in this case, would there be any indication, assuming the knife had been pushed in, that it was not able to be pushed in completely? Anything would have blocked its path or the trajectory?
Could you repeat the question again?
Absolutely. Nothing to show that, let's say, a person was attempting to stab into the body. Is there anything to show or that would have stopped, let's say, the intrusion of the blade?
I don't have any evidence of that on autopsy examination.
And again, you gave testimony that perhaps the blade could have been shorter, but then made a deeper intrusion.
It's possible.
In this case, there's nothing to indicate that, based upon your review of the body.
Correct.
So, based upon your review and your examination, 3-inch wound is the deepest, fair to say?
Correct.
Nothing to indicate that it could have, assuming it was the blade, could have been longer, correct?
It could have, yes.
But at the time of the autopsy, and are you aware of any other examinations that may have occurred to the body prior to your examination?
Correct.
You're not aware of any, are you?
No.
So obviously then we're basically limited to your examination of the body and the conclusion reached by your examination of the body.
Yes.
And at the time of your examination of the body, there was little internal bleeding, fair to say?
Yes.
So it's fair to assume that the bleeding, again, would not have been internal, it would have been external bleeding. The bleeding caused by these wounds inflicted.
It is one possibility, yes.
At what time did you conduct your examination of the body?
I don't recall.
Do you recall the date?
It would be September 4th, 2022.
And who was present when you examined the body?
Along with the forensic technicians that are part of my staff, there is a member of law enforcement present as well.
And do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Detective Hawkins.
Okay. Mr. Hamner had asked you concerning the hands. You recall, the body coming in a sealed bag, and there was a question concerning the processing of the nails. Do you remember that line of questioning?
Yes,
It was your testimony that you did not recall the nails being processed upon your review of the body.
correct. The clipping of fingernails is not something that is within my job duties. Our forensic technicians perform that task.
Okay.
And I believe that those are given then to Metro or law enforcement.
And when you viewed the body, obviously the hands were not bagged, correct?
Correct.
And you did not remove any bagging from the hands?
Me personally, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So, does everybody remember? I believe it was yesterday. The CSI investigator distinctly remembered the hands being bagged, the hands of the decedent being bagged. This individual is saying that the body was bagged, that there was some sort of a closing device, a locking device on the bag itself that had not been tampered with, that she broke the seal on the bag, and she does not recall the hands being bagged at all. She also said that she did not do the clipping of the nails, but even if some have then been given to law enforcement. So theoretically, and it seems like this is where the defense attorney is going with this, theoretically, law enforcement could have somehow tampered with these nails either before or after the fact if they weren't bagged at all in the first place, or after the fact when the nail clippings were eventually given to law enforcement. So we'll see where he goes with this, but now they're going to do redirect.
So just to touch on that clippings question, so that's a process that essentially happens before you kind of take over to do your examination. That be correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions about the number of wounds and injuries. One of the things I wanted to touch on, I'm going to publish 189. Does he appear to be in a state of decomposition?
Yes.
Okay, is that why we see some skin slippage and things of that nature?
Yes.
Okay, that was just something that wasn't covered. I wanted to at least address that. Can that be affected by sitting out in the hot sun?
Yes.
Okay, and this was September. This is in early September. I think it was done on, yours was done on the 4th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. There were questions on cross-examination about the fact that there were, I think you were asked to count up the number of injuries. Remember that? I think you came up with 13.
Yes.
Okay. But to be clear, one of the injuries literally is a slashing of his throat, correct?
An incised wound of the neck, yes.
Okay. Which could be performed with a slashing motion potentially, correct?
Potentially.
Okay. But let's be honest, that injury literally severs his carotid artery.
Yes.
Okay. There is literally a stab wound that pierces his heart.
Correct.
And then there's multiple stab wounds to his back, correct?
Correct.
There's stab wounds to his side, on both sides, or at least there's lacerations on one side and stabs on the other, correct?
There's an abrasion on the right side and 2 stab wounds on the left.
Okay. So there's multiple stabs, and then there's multiple cuts, incisions throughout his body.
There are multiple incisions on the upper extremities, yes.
And then there was one other question about how he was asking you about, well, trying to estimate the length of a blade, right? And I think you had said that's not the length of a wound is not really a good measurement to determine the length of the blade because certain circumstances can be at play that can affect the depth of the injury, correct?
Correct.
And one of the things I think you said was sometimes a blade may not go all the way in. Is that correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that one of the things you noted was, well, then let me rephrase. You examined his hands, correct?
Yes.
His hands have injuries on them, do they not?
Yes.
And in your opinion, what type of wounds are those characteristic of?
They could be consistent with defensive type injuries.
And that is where a victim is trying to protect himself from being injured.
That is one instance, yes.
And this individual being stabbed multiple times.
Yes.
And he had injuries to his hands as he was being attacked.
There are injuries to his hands.
Okay, no further questions.
Just briefly, in reference to the inside wounds, the stab wounds, length of the blade, if it was in fact a blade, again, there was no bruising around the entry point of the wound to indicate perhaps something being stopped, like say the hilt of a knife, assuming it was a knife. Fair to say?
I did not identify any bruising around the areas of the stab wounds. Evaluation was limited slightly by the stages of decomposition of the body.
Obviously, if you had a body and there were multiple stab wounds and you saw multiple bruising type injuries, that would indicate obviously there was a stopping point, correct?
It could be consistent with something else hitting that area.
Okay. The hilt of a knife, perhaps.
Could be, yes.
And in this case, the deepest wound was a 3-inch stab wound, correct?
It was measured at approximately 3 inches, yes.
Could have been a little less.
Yes.
You gave an example wherein a shorter blade could have been used, and based upon your testimony, a shorter blade could have been used in this case.
Yes.
Again, the cut to the neck, we would expect that to bleed substantially.
It would be my expectation, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Nothing further.
Okay, thank you very much for your.
All right, so a couple things. So yeah, Jeff, he's talking about all this blood, basically because of what you're saying. There's no blood on the shoes that the police collected from the defendant's home. There's no blood on the hat. There's no blood on the duffel bag. That none of the evidence that was collected from the defendant's home has any blood on it. Apparently, based on opening statements, we still don't have those items in evidence. We'll probably get that later. So him asking about blood loss is directly related to him, again, creating reasonable doubt in the minds of the jury that these items that were found in the defendant's home were associated with this crime and even belonged to the defendant in the first place. I'm still a little unsure about the custody of this body. So she said that there was a bag into which the body was placed at the scene of the crime, and that she was the one that unsealed the bag, but she said that someone clipped the nails before she began her investigation into the body. So if her examination began with her taking the body out of the bag, at what point were these fingernails taken from the decedent's body? Because we didn't get any testimony from the CSI investigator about the fingernails being removed from the victim while she was at the scene of the crime. Maybe I'm forgetting something. Let me know if I am, but I'm confused as to when this clipping happened, when this nail clipping happened. Hopefully we'll get to that later, or maybe you all recall something different than I do. But yeah, he's doing a good job with respect to the blood. I would have liked for the prosecution to come back and say, well, did you measure the amount of blood that remained in the body to determine how much blood loss there was? Do you know whether these wounds would have caused a spray of blood or mere leakage of blood? Because those two things can happen based on the type of wound it was. But perhaps they knew the answers to those questions and didn't want the answers to those questions. We just don't know at this point.
Testimony here today. You may step down and you're excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. You may call your next witness.
Jennifer Manning. action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
First name Jennifer, Jennifer. Last name Manning, Manning.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Thank you. How are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And we've had a couple crime scene analysts testify ahead of you, but can you give us your explanation of what a crime scene analyst does?
Sure. At first, we're requested to crime scenes by patrol officers or detectives, and our primary responsibility is for the documentation of that scene, which would entail detailed note-taking of the scene, photography, identification, location, and preservation of any evidence that we find. If there's anything to fingerprint process, we will process that. In major cases, we'll complete a diagram, and at the end of everything, reports are completed and turned in.
Okay, and you're a senior crime scene analyst?
Yes,
And we've heard testimony before that you have to have a certain amount of experience and proficiency in order to be a senior crime scene analyst.
yes,
Do crime scene analysts attend autopsies?
yes, we do.
What is the role of a crime scene analyst at autopsy?
So autopsy is really an extension of the original crime scene. It'll give us an opportunity to search for and collect any additional evidence that might be present.
Okay. On September the 4th of 2022, did you attend the autopsy of Jeff Gehrman?
Yes, I did.
Let me ask you, the crime scene or the body of Mr. Gehrman was discovered at his home on September the 3rd. Did you report to that scene at all?
No, I did not.
How was it that you came to be the person that reported on the 4th for his autopsy?
We have a rotation of crime scene analysts who can actually go to autopsies, and I was next up on the rotation.
Is it just kind of random?
Yes,
Okay, when you're the person assigned to go to an autopsy, I assume you go into work that day, and that's when you learn that you're going to be the person going to the autopsy?
yes, that is correct.
Okay, and once you realize you have that assignment, what do you do in order to prepare to attend the autopsy?
Well, when we get down to the coroner's office, we will log our visitation for that day, and for me, it was autopsy that day. We do have lockers down there that are designated for LVMPD personnel that houses our PPE. So I would get gowned up in all the personal protective equipment prior to entering into the ID processing room.
Okay, and I assume at the coroner's office, you can't just walk in and say, you know, I'm here and I'd like to attend an autopsy. They have to let you in?
Yes.
Okay, and you said PPE, and I think we all probably know what that is, but can you describe what you wear for an autopsy?
Yes, I always wear a hairnet, mask. I wear a gown. It covers over 3/4 of my body. Booties over my shoes, in addition to gloves.
Okay, and when you get all, as you said, gowned up, what's the next thing that happens at an autopsy for a crime scene analyst?
So when we enter the processing room, I'll get all my supplies ready for the collection of the evidence that may happen during the autopsy.
Okay, and what are those supplies just generally?
So I'll do an envelope for the handbags. I'll get a larger bag ready for like the sheet, kind of like this size of bag. I will get little coin envelopes ready for fingernail clippings, swabs ready to do any sort of swabs.
And are there standard samples that Metro takes from an individual as they present at autopsy? Like standard evidence samples, I guess, from their body?
Yes, we always, well, I shouldn't say always, but typically, given the case, there's handbags on there, so we'll collect the handbags. We will do hand swabs. We'll collect fingernails. We also will take a buccal swab, which is a DNA sample.
Okay, and are you working with the coroner's office forensic techs in order to kind of get your evidence, and they're doing their job as well?
Yes,
And are you both separately taking photographs?
yes, we are.
Prior to you showing up at the autopsy, do you know what forensic tech you're going to be working with for the autopsy?
No, I don't.
Okay, so that's random too?
Yes.
Okay. When the the body first presents at autopsy, do you take any note as to whether or not the seal of the body bag is intact?
Yes, I do.
And that's part of your responsibilities with Metro?
That is correct. So my first photography, my first photo of it would be to show the body bag and then to show that the seal is intact.
Okay. And then after, I assume the seal's broken and that's when the processing starts?
Yes,
And then that's when you're working with the forensic techs?
yes.
And can you kind of describe how that, like if we were watching, what would that look like?
So after the seal is cut, the forensic technician will open up the body bag. We'll take a series of photos to show the condition of what we see.
The condition of the person?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at this autopsy for Mr. Gehrman, did you notice any defects or any damage to the handbags? Or the bags that were on his hands or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. And no problem, you didn't see any defects or signs that the body bag itself had been compromised?
That is correct.
Okay. So I assume you're taking photographs of this first step that you described?
Yes.
Okay. And then we've heard testimony that it's kind of done in layers. Is that a fair description?
Yes.
Okay. And so the first layer is just, I assume, how the person presents with their clothes on as is or however they appeared at the scene?
Yes.
What's after that?
So after that is when we'll do the collection of the handbags, the swabs of the hands, the fingernail clippings.
And when you do the swabs of the hands, can you describe for the members of the jury what you're using to swab the hands and what area of the hand that you swab?
So it's a cotton swab that is in a sealed package. I would put 2 drops of molecular water on there, and then I would swab all around the fingers, the palm, around the nails, and the web of the hand.
Okay, and this is probably obvious, but I assume that the swabs are new for each autopsy, like everything's fresh equipment.
Yes.
And you swab all over all areas of the hands?
Yes.
And then I think you mentioned that fingernail clippings are collected as well?
Yes.
What does that look like? How do you collect those at an autopsy working with the forensic techs?
So the forensic technician will clean and disinfect a pair of scissors, and I'll be right there with them with a little coin envelope. And for him to, after he cuts each fingernail, it will go inside the coin envelope. I do one for the right hand and a separate one for the left hand.
Okay, and so it just goes right from sort of being clipped off the person into your envelope?
Yes.
And you actually are the person that observes them disinfect or clean the scissors that are going to be used?
Yes.
Okay. And then when you collect those envelopes of the fingernail clippings, what do you do with those?
I close that up and then I put it into a little bit larger envelope that we call a biological envelope, and I seal those.
Okay, and that's indicating that the substance inside the evidence bag is biological?
Yes.
Okay. What do you do with clothing of a decedent at autopsy?
So the coroner's office has clean sheets, so I will lay out a clean sheet. That's part of the one prepping process. And then after I get the buccal swab, then we will lay out the clothing.
In this case with Mr. Gehrman's clothing, how would you describe it? Was it dry or wet, or what did it look like to you?
It was saturated with blood and had a little bit of decomp fluid on it.
So decomposition fluid and blood on it as well?
Yes.
When you have clothing like that, how as a crime scene analyst do you address that in terms of impounding it as evidence?
So we have biohazard drying closets back in the crime scene investigation section. So I would hang up the clothing and the sheet to dry. So typically will take 1 to 2 days to dry.
Okay. So in terms of the samples of like the hand swabs and the fingernail clippings, after you collect those from autopsy, I think you said they're in small envelopes, then in a larger envelope, and then are they in an evidence bag after that, or an
Yes.
evidence envelope?
Yes.
What do you do with that envelope in terms of ensuring that it's not compromised?
I would put in a red evidence seal on the back of the package. I would sign it the date that I am sealing it, and then my initials and P number.
Okay, and then where does that go?
We have a log, so we will log it back at the CSI section, And then we have a secure chute that we'll drop our evidence down into.
So once you drop that evidence down that chute, are you able, or is anybody able to grab that piece of evidence back up?
Supervisor and above would have access to the room.
Okay. And would they have to sign something saying, hey, I recalled an evidence envelope?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, after you dropped those swabs and fingernail clippings down that evidence chute, did you ever have contact with that evidence again?
No.
And as you left that envelope, it was sealed?
Yes.
Okay. His clothing that you talked about that was in the, I think you called drying closets,
Yes.
what happened with that?
I was able to seal that up 2 days later.
Okay, so that would have been on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. And to be clear, the autopsy was on the 4th, and so the swabs of the hands and the fingernail clippings would have been deposited into that evidence chute on the 4th?
That is correct.
And no contact with that after?
Correct.
And then you waited for the clothes to be dried, and then that was deposited on the 6th?
Yes.
Okay. Well, may I approach the witness, Your Honor? And I've shown these photographs, just for the record, to Mr. Droskovich. So, Ms. Manning, I'm showing you what's been marked as state's proposed 162 to 176. Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Okay.
So we've learned about the chain of custody of these fingernail clippings up to the point where only the supervisor can access them.
Just a portion of the photos that you took at the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman and some of his clothing?
Yes.
State moves to admit 162 to 176.
No objection.
And then while I'm up here, I'm going to have you look at state's proposed 177 through 187.
So far, it seems that the chain of custody was protected throughout this endeavor. There was a sign-out sheet for evidence. I'm assuming that at some point somebody's going to introduce that into evidence.
These photographs that you took of the defendant on September 7th of 2022.
Yes.
I move to admit 177 to 187.
No objection.
May I publish these, Your Honor? Thank you. Ms. Manning, I'm putting on the overhead what's been admitted as state's 162. Looking at that photograph, can you describe to the members of the jury what we're looking at?
That is the decedent's right arm.
Okay, and it would have been obviously that hand, or well, you actually did it for both hands, that the fingernail clippings and hand swabs were taken?
Yes.
Both hands? This is state's 163, which is just sort of a closer version, is that correct?
That is correct.
And now I'm putting on the overhead state's 165. That also appears to be the decedent's hand?
Yes.
And to be clear, it's the technician who actually, with the scissors, who actually cuts the fingernails, and then you hold your envelope waiting for it to drop in?
That is correct.
And that procedure was followed in the autopsy of Mr. Gehrman?
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead now, states 166. What are we looking at in that photograph?
So this is the sheet that I was referring to, and then the clothing that was removed from the decedent.
Okay, and the sheet is in the upper left kind of corner of the sheet, of the photograph?
Yes, that is the sheet that was wrapped around the decedent.
Okay, and then that's the clothing he was wearing?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 167. What are we looking at there?
That is the shorts that were removed from the decedent.
And it looks like there's some car keys there, or keys, is that correct?
That is correct. There were keys in the right pocket.
Okay. And you photograph that as it presents to you when you're attending the autopsy?
Yes.
I'm now putting on the overhead states 169. What are we looking at there?
That is the shirt that the decedent was wearing.
And now I'm
So the defense is going to go back to that shirt more than likely to show how much blood was on that shirt. If you saw the shorts had a band of blood only toward the top of the shorts. So there wasn't, it didn't appear that much, drainage of the blood down the body. But again, by that point, the body was laying on the ground. So perhaps it just, pooled into his yard. But the defense is likely going to point out that there is a great amount of blood loss exiting the body based on the clothing that the decedent was wearing.
showing you states 171. It still appears to be the shirt, but there are these yellow kind of markers on it. What are those?
Those are scaled arrows that we will put on an item to mark the potential areas for defects.
And by defects, it's something in the fabric like a hole or something like that?
That is correct.
I'm putting on the overhead now. This is probably a better one. States 173. Does that appear to be a closer view of one of those markers and a defect?
Yes.
And so by those markers, you're trying to draw the viewer's attention to where there's something in the clothing that may be noteworthy, right?
That is correct.
You also collected Mr. Gehrman's shoes.
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 175. Do those appear to be the shoes?
They are.
Okay. And states 176 appear to be the backs of his shoes?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, after...
So there's no blood on the decedent's shoes that I could see. And I would kind of correlate that with the amount of blood we would expect to see on the assailant's shoes as well. So if I'm the prosecution, I would hone in on that.
We talked about all of the evidence you impounded at autopsy, and I think you mentioned this, but I just want to double check. At autopsy, you also took a buccal swab of Mr. Gehrman,
Yes, I did.
and I assume that was to collect a DNA sample from him?
That is correct.
Okay. Now, I want to move forward in time to September 7th. On that date, were you asked to go to the Summerlin Area Command to take pictures of an individual?
Yes, I was.
And is that person Robert Tellis?
Yes.
You took a series of photos of him at the direction of Detective Gaddis?
Yes.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 177. Is that one of the photographs you took of Mr. Tellis on September 7th?
Yes.
And when you were documenting his physical condition, do you have him like turn to the right, so you can get different aspects of his body?
Yes, we will take full body shots, the front, both sides, and the back.
Okay. And this is states 178, just another view, but more sideways.
That is correct.
States 179, the back of him,
That is correct.
and states 180. When you were photographing him, was one of the purposes of photographing him to note any potential injuries that he had on his person?
Yes.
Do you recall if there were any injuries to him?
There were a couple of injuries. He had a Band-Aid on the left ring finger, an injury on the left middle finger, an injury on the right ring finger, and a bruise on the right shoulder.
I'm putting on the overhead now, states 182. You said he had a Band-Aid on his left ring finger.
Yes.
Do you see that in the photograph?
Yes, I do.
Can you move that mouse in front of you and just kind of direct the jurors? Did you ask him or did you direct him to remove that Band-Aid?
Yes.
This is states 184, and that's the hand with the Band-Aid removed.
That is correct.
and this is states 186. Little, closer view, is that fair?
Yes, with our scale in there.
Okay. Were you also on September the 7th, did you also collect a buccal swab from Mr. Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And I'm not sure if we covered this, but what does a buccal swab look like?
So it's a self-contained kit. Inside the kit has 2 sealed cotton swabs. So you would take those out and swab one side of the cheek with one cotton swab and swab the other side of the cheek with another cotton swab. And then there's a little box that you would put the cotton swabs into. And after you do that, then you would seal up the kit.
So once you got his buccal swab on September the 7th, did you have specific instructions on what to do with it?
I was to respond back to the crime scene investigation section to get those impounded.
Okay, and was there any like sense of urgency or to do it quicker than normal, or you just were driving straight back? You would have done that anyway, or you tell me.
Yes, I was advised to head back to the CSI section.
Okay, as soon as you got the buccal swab?
Yes,
Okay, and you did that, I assume?
yes,
And that was, none of the evidence or his buccal swab wasn't compromised from the Summerlin Area Command to where you ultimately impounded it?
no.
Thank you very much. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Manning, you were asked to bring that bag with you to court today, correct?
Correct.
And if you could inform us what's contained within that bag?
So inside this bag is a pair of jeans that I recovered from the defendant.
Okay. You brought that from the evidence vault today?
Yes.
I would ask her to lodge that with the court. Defense Exhibit A would be great. Thank you. Do you want to have her open it now? Or?
She wanted it open?
We intend addressing that later. I mean, by stipulation, we could, or state's pleasure. Absolutely. Sure. Since she's here, we'll take advantage. We could have her open it now, please.
Okay, all right.
Do you have a bag as well to bag it? Miss May, do you have a bag as well to bag it?
I do not.
Okay.
She's double gloving herself. These are just the defendant's jeans, I believe. I don't think there would be any blood or anything on them because these were taken when his house was searched, from my understanding. Yeah, I believe these were taken on the 7th, is what she said.
thank you. If we could have the lodge up with the court.
No objection.
So are you admit?
Yes, please. We'd move to admit by stipulated, yes.
They're on the table.
I want to know what the significance of these genes is from a defense standpoint, because again, they were collected on the 7th, well after the incident took place. So I don't know how this helps prove his innocence
No, thank you very much.
or cast any reasonable doubt in the
You
minds of the
photographed those pants,
jurors.
correct?
Yes, I did.
Are you aware that those pants were taken from Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes,
And they were taken pursuant to a warrant? to
that
your
is
knowledge?
correct.
Did you process those pants?
No, I did not.
I see. Turning your attention to the photographs shown of you of Mr. Tellis. We'll start with State's Exhibit 177. You took the photograph, correct?
Yes, I did.
You noticed no injuries to his, other than the one near his ring finger, any injuries to his arms, neck, anything like that, his face?
Not in this photo, just
Okay.
the ones on his hands.
And we were shown those just moments ago, correct?
Correct.
Same question, State's Exhibit 178.
That is correct. No injuries.
State's Exhibit 179.
The same.
State's Exhibit 180. Same question, no injuries, neck, arms, anything like that.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 181.
The same.
Now, in this photograph, his shirt's off, correct?
That is correct.
And you took photographs of his shirt off as well, did you not?
I did.
But you've not been asked any testimony concerning those photographs today, have you?
No, I have not.
Do you recall what photographs, how many photographs you took of his bare torso, front and back? The rest of his body?
I do not.
You took several.
I did
Fair to
take
say?
several, yes.
If we could approach the bench, please.
So he's clearly trying to show that the person who did the autopsy testified that there were defensive wounds on Mr. Gehrman's hands, yet Mr. Tellis has no injuries to his face, neck, body, or arms. The only visible injury that we saw was the injury to one of his ring fingers. She did testify that there were other injuries to his other hand, but we didn't really see
There were
those.
photographs taken of his body, correct?
That is correct.
That you then made available to the primary detective in this case?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those later on then. But you'd agree with me that you didn't see any scratch marks, any wounds?
Just the bruise on the right shoulder.
Okay, and again, we'll have a photograph of that we don't have today, but it was a minor bruise, correct?
Correct.
Unable to say what time that bruise may or may not have occurred, correct?
That is correct.
No, so I'm clear, you were present for the processing of Mr. Gehrman, correct?
Yes.
And yet you were also present during the gathering of evidence for Mr. Tellis.
Yes.
There's a number of people that are in this rotation that you had made reference to that you just happened to appear for, correct? Concerning the investigation of this matter.
Yes, that is correct.
Yet you, being a crime scene investigator, were present in reference to both gentlemen, correct?
Correct.
How many total photographs did you take of Mr. Tellis?
I do not recall.
Do you recall when these photographs were taken?
They were taking, I arrived at 8:25, so after that time.
In reference to the bagging of the hands, I'm sorry, the collection of the fingernails of Mr. Gehrman, approximately what time did that occur?
The bag was cut, the seal was cut at 7:25, and I was done with autopsy at 10:50, so sometime in there. You'd have to look up the metadata on the photograph.
You were not present at Mr. Gehrman's home, correct?
No, I was not.
You're not aware of who was, fair to say?
I know some members of my other squad.
Okay, but you're not able to tell us today, correct?
Was that for the search warrant?
Correct.
Stephanie Smithson was there, my supervisor, Moretta McIntyre, director, Kristen Gramis.
And that was at the execution of the warrant, correct?
That is correct.
Concerning Mr. Tellis, correct?
Yes.
And you'd also testified that once this evidence is put down through the chute, that supervisors have access to the evidence, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
She's gonna have to sign.
If we don't, Ms. Manning, if you can wait on break so we can sign over chain of custody.
Okay, you'll just take a break now. This time, we're gonna take a recess. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication or social media. Read, watch, or listen to any news or media accounts or commentary about the case. Do research, consult dictionaries, internet, or reference materials. Do any investigation, test a theory, recreate.
All right, so the court's going into recess right now. I don't know how long the recess is going to last. We're a little behind, so I'm going to see here. They should show it on the screen. Court TV typically shows it on the screen about how long they anticipate the recess to be. They're just saying short break at this point, but we will continue watching. So we've caught up. We're now live with the case at this point. So we'll just stick around, see when they come back. So this last witness, again, the defense attorney is trying to create this reasonable doubt, and he called into question. She testified that there was this rotation of CSI workers who did not know in advance that they would be called to conduct certain investigations. So she noticed that she was on the rotation for the decedent's body soon before the investigation was to occur, before the examination of the body was to occur. So she attended that. And then strangely, in the mind of the defendant or the defense counsel, and he's trying to plant that strangely, conspicuously into the minds of the jurors, she was also the CSI investigator that happened to process Mr. Tellis when they conducted the search warrant at his home. So she took the mouth swabs from Mr. Tellis, and she said that she impounded those immediately, and so she dropped those in, I guess, the same type of chute that she used to drop the fingernail clippings in. And she's the one that, initially noticed the Band-Aid on the left ring finger, and that he had a right ring finger injury as well, and took the photographs of those, and I assume placed those into evidence. And you notice the defense attorney go back to make sure in the jury's mind, it was clear that certain supervisors have, or perhaps all supervisors have, the ability to go into the evidence locker and get the evidence out of the evidence locker. So I'm assuming at some point he's going to be calling to the stand at least one of these supervisors and try to implicate that supervisor in this conspiracy that he's trying to weave together to frame Mr. Tullis for this crime. I was unaware that, there was essentially a closed chute down which evidence is dropped that leads to the bunker, apparently, into the evidence locker. But the defense attorney is expecting the jury to believe that these are the proper procedures for every case, and we've got multiple witnesses testifying that these procedures were followed in this case. But he wants the jury to believe that in this particular case, even though these are the proper procedures, these are the written procedures, the expectations, they did not follow these procedures in this case, or if they did, apparently some supervisor went in and mucked it all up after all the evidence was gathered and placed in the evidence locker. And I don't know if the jury's willing to buy that. Jeff says that he finds this officer very credible. He doesn't apparently often say that. And, she did appear to be a credible witness to me as well. The person who conducted the autopsy, I found her testimony somewhat confusing as to when the body bag and all of that is opened and when the nail clippings are taken. But I did find her testimony credible. But when she was talking to the defense attorney, it was clear that she was guarding her words and making sure that she did not say the wrong thing. Whereas this last witness just was answering the questions however they needed to be answered. However, that's the impression I got. I got the impression that she was just answering the questions based on whatever she believed was the truthful and correct answer. It didn't look like she was trying to hide anything or trying to be protective of any particular information. But she did say that there were no defects in these handbags. Now, I did note that the prosecutor asked about defects in the handbags before the prosecutor asked if the handbags existed. And the witness just prior to Miss Manning, Officer Manning, taking the stand said she doesn't recall there being any handbags on the body at all. So, my objection at that point would have been that the question assumes facts that aren't in evidence, assumes the fact that these handbags were on the body in the first place. And that is not an evidentiary fact at this point. So asking the question, were there defects in the handbags? It was improper at that point. Perhaps he did not object because he knew that it would just be countered with a question about whether there was handbags, and then they would get right back to if there were any defects in the handbags. But in civil cases, at least, just having interruptions every now and then, interrupting people's chains of thought, interrupting people's the attorney on the other side's stream of thought and interrupting their process is sometimes helpful to you when you're putting on your case. So at every opportunity, I try to take those opportunities to interrupt them. Perhaps he's acting a little differently. Perhaps, he knows that a lot of this stuff is going to come out, and it's really just pointing to this guy was killed. He was killed by somebody that we see on this surveillance footage, but that ain't his client. So, maybe he just doesn't really care to argue over these particular details. The other witness that we had today, Stephanie Yagi, that's the medical examiner. I'm a little confused. The defense attorney was honing in on the length of the blade. To my knowledge, we don't have a murder weapon at this point. So I don't know why he was honing in on the length of the blade that was used in this particular incident. But he was talking a lot about the blood. And I I think I'm gonna go back and look at those photographs of the camera footage and the photographs of the assailant after the crime took place. I wonder if we can see whether or not there's blood stains on the duffel bag, on the hat, or on the uh, shoes, because part of the defense attorney's case here is that, you know, the blood loss here would have caused everything that the assailant was wearing to be kind of spattered in or covered in blood. So if that surveillance footage, if that video footage and those still images that we saw don't show any blood stains, then it stands to reason that there wouldn't have been any blood stains on any evidence that was collected from the defendant's house if he did in fact commit this crime. So that's what I got from, you know, these two witnesses. If you all got anything else, let me know, because I'd like to, you know, hear your insight. I'm going to take a quick break, but I'm going to leave this on just in case the court gets back before I do. And I will be back very shortly. Just got to go handle some business. So I'll be right back, and I'm going to leave this on. Hope you all stick with me. And if you have any questions or anything, I'll be sure to answer them as soon as I get back.
School is back, and Dick's Sporting Goods has what you need to win your year. We've got everything from cleats to sambas.
Please remain seated and come to order. Court is now back in session.
Does the state stipulate to the presence of the jury panel
Yes, Your Honor.
and the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, the state may call their next witness.
Thank you. The state's going to call Zach Schilling, please.
I'm sorry, Zach.
Zach Schilling.
Zach Dillon.
Please watch your step. And if you'll remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
Zachary Schilling, Z-A-C-K-A-R-Y, Schilling, S-C-H-I-L-L-I-N-G.
May I proceed? Thank you. Sir, do you know someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
I do.
When did you first meet Mr. Tellis?
2020.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Tellis here in the courtroom?
I do.
Why don't you point out where he's sitting, maybe describe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He's got a blue suit on, sitting right over there, bald head.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness has identified the defendant. So, in what context do you meet the defendant?
2020, I'm a real estate agent,
Okay.
and I started working with Robert shortly after, I believe he was elected to his position, helping to sell probate houses.
Okay, so he was the public administrator when you first met him.
Yes,
Do you have a business partner?
yes, I do.
What is her name?
His name, Bob McMasters.
Okay, did
And
you have
that's-
another partner that you worked with?
Oh, yeah, Kristen Riffle, that's my real partner, yeah.
Okay, so that was.
Well, I guess when you asked me that, that's how I met Bob, through Bob.
Okay, but the one that you work with even still today is Kristen, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so you would help sell homes through the public administrator, is that right?
That is correct.
Just briefly, what's that kind of concept? So someone passes away and they don't have a will, and then there's a home left behind, is that kind of how you
That's
get
correct,
involved?
and there's typically, there's not a family per se, or the family's distant. That's when the public administration office steps in and helps with the estate.
Okay, so if you were tasked to help the public administrator's office help, I don't know, get a home fixed up or resell it, would you have interactions with Mr. Tellis?
Yes,
Would you see him in person?
yes.
Describe typically something you might do in person with Mr. Tellis.
Well, typically, we would, when the house was assigned, we'd walk through the house and say, this is what needs to be taken care of, this is what we're getting rid of. And then typically after the house was finished and completed, we would meet, look at the house. Rob would give us a thumbs up. We then would go over comps. During that process, we would talk about the value, and typically then the listing agreement would be signed either in person or through DocuSign.
So when you're saying you would do a walkthrough, who would typically be there at a walkthrough?
Typically, it would be myself, Robert Tellis, Roberta, Bob McMasters, and Raul, who was the general contractor, who wasn't a general contractor.
And Roberta, meaning Roberta Kennett?
Yes.
All right. So when you would do a
Well,
walkthrough.
but if I may,
Sure.
if there was another, somebody in the same position as Roberta, would
Okay.
be, whoever was in charge of the file under Robert would be there.
Understood. But when you say walkthrough, you're literally walking through with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct.
So you get to see him literally walk.
Yes.
How long would a walkthrough typically take?
They could be, we could be there a half hour to an hour, or sometimes he could be in and out of there in 10, 15 minutes.
All right. On average, how many times a month would you be doing walkthroughs with Mr. Tellis?
Well, I would say that on average from 2020 to 2022, I'd see Mr. Tellis probably 1 to 3 times a month at least.
Okay, doing things like you've just
Yeah.
described to us.
Yeah, especially during the heat of it, yes.
And the heat of being what?
A
COVID?
heat of when we were really turning houses for him.
Understood. And you mentioned 2020 to 2022, is that right?
Yes.
So about 3 years, roughly,
Two-
or a
two- yeah.
little over 2 years.
Yeah.
Okay. At some point I want to turn your attention to September, very early September of 2022. Do you become aware of a journalist, Jeff Gehrman, passing away?
Yes.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but like, how do you learn about it in general?
I saw how I learned that he died was, a picture on the news. Then shortly after that, I think there was police video or police photos that were released of the suspected person that had done that.
Okay, so bottom line is, at first you see through the news, it's just kind of reporting what happened. It was a fairly big story. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
Okay, at least locally,
Yes.
it's a big story. And then you mentioned something else. You said that the police released what?
The police released photos of who they suspected perhaps might be the person responsible for.
Do you remember kind of generally like what the outfit was? What do you remember?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what do you remember?
It was a sombrero, a flame construction vest, I think long sleeve shirt. The shoes were some Nikes.
Okay.
They're Nikes like you find like at Marshalls or Ross.
Okay. So you mentioned those Nikes. So when you see those images first released of the suspect walking around, does that catch your attention?
Yes,
Why?
It does. With the way that, just in the photos itself, and the likeliness of the photos and of Mr. Tellis were really, really close.
Is it just photos, or is there a video that you're seeing this person walk? In the videos released by the police, did you see the videos too?
Yes.
So you see this suspect walking. What are you thinking at that point?
That was on a Friday.
Okay.
And I'm like, boy, that really, it's like, boy, that really looks like somebody I know.
Okay, and who's the person you're thinking of?
I was thinking of Mr. Tellis.
Okay, was there anything else aside from the walk that caught your attention? When you looked at the videos of that person.
The gait and Mr. Tellis would always wear a certain kind of Nike that was very unique to me.
Okay, so
maybe I'm a little bit fashionista, but like the Nikes that you would find like at Marshalls or Ross, where they replaced the leather with like a plastic almost.
Dragon Ball Super card game.
They replaced the leather with like a plastic almost, and the hard plastic. They're cheap Nikes you always wore. I don't know.
So when you saw the video, the guys you described in the sombrero and the construction, and the orange construction outfit, you thought the shoes reminded you of the shoes that Robert Tellis wore?
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and the gait.
Yeah, and the way that he walked, the way that he carried, the way that it was carried.
So when you see this, do you like share these thoughts with anyone?
Well, with my partner Christy, I'm like, holy crap! Both of us agreed that really looked like Rob Tellis. But to jump to a conclusion like that about somebody, you have to be pretty sure of yourself.
And let me ask you this: did you kind of follow or know about any articles that Mr. Gehrman had written about Mr. Tellis?
Oh yeah, I was very familiar.
I don't want to get into the substance of it, but you were aware of kind of that leading up to this moment.
Yeah, I was very familiar with what was going on.
Okay, so on that Friday, you see that, you talk to Kristen. Do you pick up the phone and call the police at that point?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so I want to flash forward a few days later. Do you see something else in the media that catches your attention?
Yeah, I was on Monday. The Reno Gazette released photos of who, again, they believed was responsible for Mr. Gehrman's death's car.
Okay, a car. What is it about the car that caught your attention?
That it was Rob Tellis's car, maroon, Tahoe, Denali, whatever, older version, silver rims.
Had you ever seen Mr. Tellis drive this maroon?
Absolutely.
vehicle? When? Where?
Well, Robert Tellis and I live close to each other, so.
In what part of town?
Well, I live in Summerlin Center and he lives in Coley Ranch.
Okay, so, I didn't mean to cut you off. Tell us what you were gonna say.
Well, in fact is there was one instance where Robert Tellis and I both went and go to the same water store on Sahara and Fort Apache.
Okay.
And we were in the store together. We walked out kind of together. He loaded his water into the back of a maroon Denali Tahoe, whatever it is, maroon with silver rims.
Okay.
Which is when the pictures came up from the Reno Gazette. I called Christy and I was like, and there's like just came down my spine. I was like, holy crap. I didn't want to believe it, but the facts are the facts that was Rob Tellis's car.
Okay, so you share that with Christy. What's her kind of reaction to what you're saying?
She's like, you need to call.
Objection, hearsay.
May I be heard? I mean, I can approach her. We can approach.
So hearsay is basically saying what someone else has said, what someone else said, repeating someone else's out of court statement. If they want to get that statement in, they need to bring that witness in. But there are certain exceptions to the hearsay rule. So they're talking about the exceptions now.
That's correct.
Okay. And you have a conversation with her, right?
Mm-hmm.
And after speaking with Kristen, what do you decide to do?
I called Crime Stoppers. The phone did not, it wouldn't go through. There was a secondary phone call that was suggested, phone number. I believe it was on the news, and so it would turn into a counter-intelligence, whatever, terrorist thing, and they were covering those phone calls after the photos were released. And I spoke to someone on the phone for about 15, 20 minutes, and they said, please stay by your phone, the detectives are going to want to talk to you. I didn't hear from the detectives, but the following morning, that's when Robert Tellis's house was raided and he was brought into custody.
Okay. And then a few weeks later, I'd say approximately on September 26th of 2022, do you ultimately sit down and do an interview with the police?
Yeah, the detectives come to my office and talk to me.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Schilling, was it just your testimony that you saw this image on the TV on a Friday?
Yes, it was a Friday. It's been a little while, but that's when I saw it first, because I thought it was through the whole weekend that it was like, no, this can't be.
Okay, so it's your testimony then on a Friday you saw this on TV, and that's when you...
The photos of the suspected, yes.
I see. You'd had a business relationship with Mr. Tellis previously, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
And you guys had a break, fair to say?
A break?
Yeah, the business relationship ended.
No.
I see. So you were still in business with Mr. Tellis?
That's correct. We just did, a couple weeks before, just had finished revamping a house for him. Independent of my former partner at the probate department, Bob McMasters.
And is it your testimony then that there had been not an issue concerning the percentages that were being charged to the estate or to the homes, concerning the homes to be sold?
Was there a concern?
Yes.
No. Well, I mean, at one point, long before this, probably a year and a half before, Robert and I had a disagreement about the commission when he overspent on a house, having it revamped, where I told him the value was much lower, and he believed because of Zello that it was higher, but that's not really relevant to what.
Well, I submit it is. I mean, so he was trying to preserve money to the heirs from the sale of the home, correct?
In that particular case that you're bringing up,
yes.
He actually went opposite of what my advice was and spent entirely way too much money with Bob McMasters revamping that house. And my comps I didn't agree with the comps that they were trying to push the value on. And it turned out that my value was correct. And because of that, and because of what they overspent on revamping that house, he then came to me and said, you need to take a commission break, which I pushed back, but ultimately I did do.
So then there was an issue. He wanted you to lower your commission in order for the heirs to receive more money, correct?
Yes, but after that fact, there was
Sure.
still, we probably did 20 or 30 other houses after that.
So that you guys did have a dispute. He was trying to say, you're getting too much money, I want to preserve that money to the heirs, correct?
In one instance out of about 40 houses, sure.
Okay, now it's 40 houses.
Well, whatever we did, I don't know the exact number of, offhand, I think it was probably about 32 houses that I went through the probate department with, but I could be wrong, so don't nail me to the cross on that, but that's about right.
Nail you to the cross. I mean, you're coming in here, you're basically some expert on some gate that you see on TV, you just know it's Robert Tallis, correct? That's your testimony. You reach out and you call Crime Stoppers, correct?
That's correct.
What date did you call Crime Stoppers?
On the Monday,
What's the date? Do you recall?
no, I don't.
You were interviewed on the 28th of September, correct?
That's correct.
Or.
Or-
In this case, it's the 26th of August.
I'm sorry, it's
It's the 26th.
the 26th, correct?
You have you have it in front of you.
Yes. And during this interview, you talk about a friend of yours that's on SWAT that raided Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
That is correct.
He told you about the raiding of Mr. Tellis's house, correct?
Yes,
And you were friends, correct?
I grew up with him.
And then you decide that you want to give testimony that hurts Mr. Tellis, correct? You want to talk to the police and say that you,
It's argumentative.
I think it's fair.
You can answer.
You're then interviewed by police, correct? And you give testimony or you give a statement that could be easily read as hurtful to Mr. Tellis, correct?
That's your interpretation.
So saying he's the guy that murdered Jeff Tellis, that's not hurtful? My interpretation?
That's a fact.
I see. So you're calling and saying, I see something, I think this is Robert Tellis. That's not hurtful? Or is that hurtful?
It was my,
It's argumentative, Your Honor.
You can answer. Go ahead.
I have no malice against Robert Tellis.
I see. But you had some issues with him concerning your percentage and us being cut, correct?
One has nothing to do with the other.
And you talked to your friend, good friend of yours from high school that was on SWAT, involved in this investigation, correct?
Yes,
And then you give a statement to police concerning Mr. Tellis, fair enough?
that's fair, but one has nothing to do with the other.
Thank you, I have no further questions.
Just real briefly. Okay, so, the whole disagreement about evaluating that house, how long before Mr. Garman is killed is that disagreement over how to value the house? How far back in the past is that?
A year and a half.
Okay. After you
if
have.
not, yeah.
Hey, just give me a second. Okay, so it's about a year and a half later. After that house issue, whatever house that was, do you continue to do business with the public administrator's office?
Yes,
And just to be clear, do that office have to send the business your way? Is that how that works? Do they reach
no,
out
they
to?
don't have to.
But they select people they want to use to help refurbish the house,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Who is the head of the public administrator's office after the disagreement about the Zillow evaluation? Does Mr.
Still Mr. Tellis.
So it was still him. Do you continue to refurbish houses on behalf of the public administrator's office after the Zillow disagreement?
Yes,
For how much longer leading up to Mr. Garman's death?
a year and a half.
Okay. And Rob Tellis remained the public administrator during that 1.5 year period?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Anything from us?
Yes, thank you. After this disagreement concerning the percentage on the sale of the home or the homes, Bob
One home.
and
Just one home.
your partner dropped you as a partner, correct? Bob,
That's,
it goes to his bias mode. Thank you.
no, that's actually not correct. Bob McMasters and I both worked together at Urban Nest, And when I moved to Simply Vegas did not want Bob McMasters as a real estate agent there. And that's why that's why we separated.
Fair
And
to say.
after that fact, I'm gonna go ahead and add for you and help you.
Oh, please do.
Fly in the coop, but I need some more. Yo.
Together your own team and stuff. This
We started doing revamps then. Own team.
okay.
And we started doing revamps then.
Okay, and after you putting together your own team and stuff, this happened after you had an issue with Mr. Tellis concerning the percentage, correct, of the sale?
A year and a half or so later, yes.
And ultimately, you were not involved in the sale of homes in relation to the Mr. Tellis's office?
The assignments of homes stopped about the same time as Mr. Gehrman passed away.
I see.
And
that's your recollection?
That's when the assignment of homes stopped.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else for this witness? Okay, looks like I have a question.
So it looks like the jury has a question.
If you just stay here for just a moment,
Yeah, no problem.
we have a question from a juror.
So typically here in Florida, the attorneys have to agree on whether or not the jury can ask that particular question. And it looks like the attorneys are getting up to approach the bench. So they're going to go up there and they're going to decide whether or not this is an appropriate question for this particular witness. Sometimes they will agree on portions of the question, or they will agree to kind of rewrite the question to make it one that does fit and try to get at what the juror that has the question wants to know. Other times they will just say, this isn't a question that this witness can answer, in which case we won't hear what that question was. We'll see how the judge rules on this.
We have a note from a juror, it's been marked as court's exhibit number 8. Did he talk to his friend before or after he was interviewed by the detective?
When you say my friend, do you mean my police officer friend? Or who do you mean friend?
Only permitted to ask the question as it is written. Does the state have any further?
Sure. So, yeah, I'll do a follow-up. So, sir, you mentioned you had a conversation at some point with a fellow SWAT officer that you knew. Is that right?
Is that a yes?
Yes.
The conversations you had with the SWAT officer, was that before you called Crime Stoppers or after you called?
Much after.
Okay. And I know there was the question posed a friend. Did you have a conversation with Kristen before you called Crime Stoppers or after?
Before.
Okay.
All the way through the whole weekend.
Okay, so your conversation with Kristen is before you call Crime Stoppers.
Mm-hmm.
You call Crime Stoppers, and then at the end of the month, at the end of September 26th, that's when you have an interview with the police.
Mm-hmm.
But somewhere in between, is that a yes?
Yes, that is, I'm sorry.
And somewhere in between, I don't know, the week after Mr. Gehrman passes away in September 26th, you have some sort of conversation with someone from SWAT. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay, so it's Kristen conversation, Crime Stoppers, somewhere in the span of 2 to 3 weeks, talking to a SWAT guy, and at the end of the month, you were talking with Metro and giving us just an interview about your observations.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Kessler?
Yes, but and obviously we have to rely upon your recollection of order of things, but what we do have clear, you'll agree with me, is that you spoke with your friend with SWAT before you were interviewed by detectives on September 26th, correct?
Yes.
And you had to think about that for a minute, but you reviewed that transcript of your interview before testifying today, didn't you?
Yes.
Yes. So you'll agree with me that this idea that you spoke to your friend with SWAT, you did that before you then were interviewed by detectives. Fair to say?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything else?
Well, nothing based on that.
Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down, and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And the state may call their next witness.
Kristen Riffle?
So this is his business partner, I believe, the prior witness's business partner that he spoke with before calling Crime Stoppers. And I guess who agreed with him about the defendant's gait and the suspect vehicle matching the defendant and encouraged him to call Crime Stoppers. So we'll see what she has to say now.
Please watch your step, and if you'll step up to the witness stand, remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk, please.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name's Kristen Riffle, KRISTEN RIFFFLE.
And Ms. Riffle, what kind of business are you in?
I'm in real estate.
And who do you work with?
I work with Zach Schilling at Simply Vegas.
Okay. And are you and Zach in a personal relationship as well?
We used to be, not right now.
Okay. But there was a time when you were. Okay. In your work over the years in real estate, did you ever meet someone by the name of Robert Tellis?
Yes, I did.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Could you point to him and describe maybe an article of clothing that he's wearing?
Yeah, he's wearing a blue suit right there.
Your Honor, may the record reflect identification of the defendant? How was it that you came to meet Mr. Tellis?
I met him through Zach. We worked at Urban Nest, and we started working with Bob McMaster, who was the trustee, and he came to us to start working on the probate, and that's how we met Bob.
Okay, and so it's in the context of Mr. Tellis was working as the public administrator, and you and Zach were doing work on homes?
Correct.
To later be resold?
Correct.
Do you recall about what year that was?
2020?
2020?
It was when the market was really hot.
Okay. And how many times do you think, or how many instances of working on homes took place? Like maybe how many houses did you work on?
Gosh, we did a lot. I didn't keep track, but there was a lot of homes. I mean, I'm guessing, and I don't like to guess in court because I.
Well, would it be over 20?
Yes.
Do you think it would be over 30?
Possibly.
Okay.
Possibly.
So several. At
Several.
least.
Quite a few, yeah.
Okay. When you were working on the homes, did you ever meet with Mr. Tellis out at those homes?
Yes.
And in those instances, what was the purpose of Mr. Tellis coming out there?
So yeah, he was very proactive, and we would meet at the home to assess what needs to be done to the home, whether it needs to be, fixed up, redone, all of those sort of things, assess with the contractors. And then we would also meet, once it was done, we would meet, he would walk through, we would assess the value and sign the paperwork.
Okay, so you would have done that 20 to 30 times?
Yeah, many times.
Okay, and those would include a walkthrough where you're literally walking through the house?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to September of 2022, early September. Around that time period, did you become aware that journalist Jeff Gehrman had been murdered?
Yes, I had.
Do you recall if you ever saw images released by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department associated with that murder?
Yes.
And do you remember what they were, if they were still photos or videos?
Videos.
Videos?
Yeah.
And when you saw the videos, did they remind you of anybody?
Yes, me and Zach, because we had followed all the stories that Jeff had written.
Sure.
So it was kind of like, oh my gosh, can you imagine if it was Rob that did that? And we kind of said it in jest, not really actually thinking he did it.
Sure.
And then we watched the video and we were like, you know, it raised an eyebrow, but it was nothing that I would say, oh, you need to call the police on, because, you know, that's
Not wanting to believe it.
yeah, well, it's not even not wanting to believe it. You just don't want to assume somebody did that
Sure.
and not be 100% sure.
Okay. Did there come a point in time when you and Zach, and I don't want to know what he said, but where you had a conversation about calling the police?
Yes, we did when he called me and he said, when they released a photograph of the car, he said, that's Rob's car. I've seen him in it at the water store. And I was like, okay. So that's when, you know, he said, what should I do? What do we do? And I was like, well, if that's his car, you should consider calling somebody.
Okay. And is it your understanding that at that point he called the police?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point beyond that, do you recall being interviewed or being present during an interview with detectives?
Yes, they came to our office.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Riffle.
Mm-hmm.
So Jeff Gehrman dies, and you and Mr. Schilling are talking about Mr. Tellis in jest? That was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
And then sometime later, there's a recognition of a car that's driven at times by Mr. Tellis, correct?
Correct.
And is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved occurred for you?
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization?
Design, develop, scale, repeat.
Saw the video.
Okay.
Pardon me?
I said, is that when this realization that maybe Mr. Tellis is somehow involved? Is that when this
Well,
came to you?
it was a consideration when we saw the video.
Okay.
And then
the video of what?
Of him walking.
I see.
The height, the shoes.
The shoes now, okay.
Yes.
But you had testified concerning this, the realization came to you when you saw the vehicle.
But the vehicle was the moment when we said, okay, that's confirmation enough. The video before was not confirmation enough to make a phone call.
So the video
picture.
of him walking was not confirmation
No,
enough?
because I don't see his face.
I see.
So if I saw his face, then I could confirm that it was him. The car was the confirmation.
What type of car was that?
It was a maroon, very large suburban Denali type.
Okay. Obviously, you've been following this matter in the paper prior to your testimony today.
Correct.
Both you and Mr. Schilling, you've been following this case, haven't you?
We followed the case. I mean, I haven't really been paying that much attention to it recently, but we followed the case when it was happening, yeah.
Okay, well, it's still happening. You're aware of that.
Well, I'm aware it's still happening, but I haven't been paying that much attention to it recently, if I'm being honest.
Well, please.
Yeah.
You received a subpoena to come and testify, correct?
Correct.
And you received that subpoena when?
A week ago? Was it a week ago? It was a week ago.
I don't know, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't, it was a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago.
And you just haven't really been paying attention
I've
with
been
this?
very busy, if we're being honest.
Oh, that's please, yes.
Which is a good thing.
You know that the trial of Mr. Tellis was coming up, correct?
No, I didn't.
I see. And you didn't know when you got the subpoena that it was coming?
Well, I mean, I knew there was a subpoena coming. I didn't think I was even gonna have to show up, to be honest with you, so I didn't think my testimony was gonna be that important to it, so I was not taking it super seriously.
In reference to these walkthroughs of these homes, Mr. Tellis was not present for most of those walkthroughs, fair to say?
Mr. Tellis wasn't present for our walkthroughs?
Correct.
No, he was present for our walkthroughs.
I see. That many times? You'd agree with me, you only came into contact with this gentleman, what, twice, maybe?
No, many times. We've seen each other many times, and he was always lovely with me.
He was always lovely with you.
Yeah.
He didn't have that good of a relationship with Mr. Schilling, did he?
There were times when they butt heads on price,
Correct.
but that's normal in our business.
In fact, Mr. Schilling would refer to Mr. Tellis as an asshole, correct?
No. Who said he's called him an asshole?
Just to be clear, though, while this thing was unfolding with Mr.
I don't believe that no. That no was, that no sounded like a lie to me.
Tellis, concerning Mr. Gehrman, you and Mr. Schilling were jesting about Mr. Tellis' involvement, correct?
We were assuming.
She said jesting, correct? You were joking about it.
Well, we were like, can you imagine if reading the stories that were out? Can you imagine if that was him? And then we're watching the video, and yeah. So
these stories that came out, they came out before
the murder.
Video. Oh, but they came out before the murder. Okay.
The story, we read all the stories with Roberta. We were very much in it because we worked with them. And yeah.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, Ms. Ripple, you said it was the sort of the gait and the size of the person that looked familiar to you?
Yeah, it was this. Yeah, it was this.
And by size, do you mean like kind of build?
Height and build, yes.
Okay. And so the sort of the frame of the whole body?
Right.
And then the way the person was walking?
Right.
Okay. And was there an article of clothing that you were, that drew your attention to?
Because Zach is so, he has a tendency to notice everything. Like he noticed things on my outfit today. Like he, saw a string and he's like, we got to cut the string. He's very observant with everything. So he always recognized the shoes. No, but he's brought up the shoes to me.
Hold on one sec, let the judge decide.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet.
Okay, so my question is, not what Zach said, but was there a particular article of clothing that you guys were focused on?
The shoes.
Okay, thank you.
I have no questions.
Okay, any other question?
I don't think these two individuals are the best witnesses, but I think that the prosecution is probably putting them on the stand because they're likely going to put on the stand the person who took the video footage that was played in the news of Tellis walking.
Did she realize it was Tellis's vehicle, or Zachary told her that was Tellis's vehicle?
Zach told me it was his vehicle.
Any follow-up from the state? Mr. Draskovich?
No, I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much
you.
for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena.
Thank you.
The state may call their next witness.
We're gonna call Detective.
So there was a person that interviewed Mr. Tellis while that was videotaping the interview between Mr. Tellis and Mr. Gehrman while all of the articles that Mr. Gehrman was writing were coming out. And he was videotaping him coming down the office, and he noticed when he saw the video of the assailant that the gait that the assailant had matched the gait of Mr. Tellis in this video that he took. So I assume that they're going to be calling at some point that individual so that they can kind of get that video into evidence so that the jury can make a decision as to whether the gaits match, and that these two witnesses were there just to kind of bolster that the idea in the juror's mind that the gait of the suspect matches the defendant. But we will see.
Edgar Name?
Please remain standing. Face the clerk and raise your right hand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My first name is Edgar, spelled Edgar, and my last name is Nahum, spelled Nahum, as in Mary.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
All right. How long have you worked for Metro?
About 8.5 years right now, sir.
All right. And what is the division that you're currently assigned to?
Currently, I'm assigned to the homicide section.
How long have you been in homicide?
Approximately 1.5 years now.
Okay. And before that, what unit were you a part of?
I was part of the gang investigation section.
Okay. Now, I want to turn your attention to the investigation regarding the killing of Jeff Gehrman. Were you part of a squad that was investigating that unit, or that case, that event?
I wasn't part of the squad. I was doing what's called like a TDY, or a temporary assignment, more of a ride-along with the homicide section, so I was allowed to go to homicide investigations and assist with homicide investigations.
Did that have something to do with the timing of when you were joining homicide? Is that why you were doing that ride-along?
Yes, that's correct. I was in the process of testing to be a homicide detective, and so I was allowed the opportunity to ride with them and assist with their investigations, being that I was already a detective in a unit that handled violent crime.
Okay. Did you assist those detectives in performing a search warrant on the home of Robert Tellis?
I did, yes.
Okay. Tell us a little bit about how, like, a search is divvied up. How do you guys kind of game plan that?
So the way that it usually works, and every section has a little bit of a different way to do it, but this particular squad was a senior tenured squad of detectives. So while the lead detectives were obtaining their search warrants, the rest of us kind of gathered up, and usually once the search warrant is obtained by the lead detectives, we're told, like, okay, we're ready to go, and then we'll kind of gauge the house or whatever is the premise that we're searching and divvy up the room. So, you know, for me, being the fact that I was a ride-along, I was paired with a senior detective who was currently already in homicide, and I was assigned an area of responsibility to search within the house.
Okay. And before you go and enter the house, do you have some kind of understanding of some of the evidence that's been collected in this case, or information that you have at your disposal, so you maybe know what to look for when you go into, let's say, a residence, as in this case?
Yes, correct. Usually we'll be briefed as to like what the items are that we are seeking, or the items sought, as they're called, as part of the evidence of the search warrants.
Okay. Had you reviewed any of video surveillance that had been collected from the neighborhood in which Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Did that include video of a suspect in a certain outfit?
Yes, it did.
What was that? What do you remember about that outfit? What jumped out to you?
So there was a couple of items of evidentiary value that we were searching for or seeking, which was going to be the focus of our searches. So the thing that stood out to me was like a gardener style hat, like a large straw hat. There was like orange, like a shirt, which would be like something along the lines of what a construction worker would wear. And there was some gray tennis shoes with black accents. Those are the items that had characteristics enough that we like want to look for them, or we're specifically seeking them.
Okay. So you're going to this house. Who did you partner up with anyone?
I did, yes.
Who was that?
That was Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. And what portion of the house did you work on?
I was initially assigned to the search of the downstairs living room.
Okay. Showing the opposing counsel what's been marked as, well, it looks like states 217, 18, 19, let's see. I think this is 217 through 235. Not all of them have been admitted, but is there any objection to their admission? That's right. He's just looking through the rest. No objection? No objection. All right.
You guys already know Ovadia Law Group handles car accident cases, but did you know we have
May I approach?
That would be an offer at this time,
That's correct.
and there's no objection, they're admitted.
May I approach?
You may.
All right, sir, I want you to take a look at 217 through states 235. Just take a minute, flip through those, and let me know when if you recognize what you're looking at there. Recognize what you're looking at there?
I do, sir.
Okay, what are these?
Those are still photographs of the of Mr. Tea's residence.
Okay. On the day that you performed the search?
Correct, yes.
All right. I know with crime scenes, if you have like an active crime scene, scenes are kind of like taped off and things of that nature. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. How about if you're just effectuating a search warrant? Is there a lot of sealing off of scenes with crime tape or anything like that?
I mean, it just depends on the circumstances, right? Geographically where the scene is.
Okay.
If it can be contained, as in this case it was, like within a residence, it'd probably be more so just to, like manage the flow of people in and out of the crime scene. So
Okay.
it just depends is the answer.
Okay, so in this instance, did you tape around Mr. Tellis's house with crime scene?
If my memory serves correctly, Patrol had already done the majority of the crime scene preservation stuff and tape prior to our arrival.
Okay, so do you remember, let me ask you this, who is allowed to come in and out of Mr. Tellis's residence during the performance of the search warrant?
Usually it would be the detectives that are assigned to the case. In this case, homicide. Usually, at least in my experience, it was the units affecting the search warrant.
If any Metro officer was interested in just kind of walking in and seeing what's going on, are they allowed to do that?
We would highly discourage it because of what we're out actually doing,
Okay,
right?
In this instance, did you allow other members that are not part of this search team to come into the house when you were performing this search?
The way that I remember it, it was the homicide section that was there as well as the crime scene analyst. Could there have been other people there? Absolutely, but not to my recollection. Not anybody that I recall.
Okay, do you recall Detective Derek Jaffe participating in the search of the house?
I know Detective Derek Jappy's name. I've never met him before, nor have I ever seen him.
Okay, so you're not exactly sure. Okay, do you remember seeing kind of a tall redhead waltzing through?
No.
Okay. Let me ask you this, and this may seem like a silly question, but do you allow regular citizens to just come in to a home that you're searching when you're performing a search warrant?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, why not?
Well, at that point, we have to treat it as if though it's an extension of the crime scene, right? Due to the fact that we're effecting a search warrant, it's evidence that could be located in there. So to preserve any potential evidence that would be inside of the residence, we don't allow members of the public into where we are searching.
So how about real estate agents? Do you let them come in when you're doing search warrants?
Absolutely not.
How about anyone from Compass Realty? Do you let anyone from Compass Realty come in during your search of Mr. Tellis' house?
No, sir. Nobody but law enforcement, to my knowledge, was allowed into the residence.
Okay. Publishing 217. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of Mr. Tez's residence the day of the search warrant.
All right. Publishing 218. Is this just a little bit of a closer view?
It is, yes.
Publishing 219. What are we looking at?
This is the residence's front door.
Publishing 220. What do we see here?
This would be like a view towards what I guess would be the west, facing from the living room towards the kitchen, and in that where the archway is would be like the rest of the residence where you first enter, as well as I believe the stairs to go upstairs.
One other question before we kind of finish with the photos. Was Mr. Tellis' wife present in the home when you performed your search?
They were allowed to remain in their home for the sake of comfort, not wanting to, leave her and her children outside or anywhere where they wouldn't be as comfortable. We were trying to award them a little bit of respect in that sense.
Okay. So this is kind of standing in the family room sitting area. Would that be correct? Looking towards the kitchen?
That's how I would describe it, yes.
All right. Publishing 221. What vantage point are we looking at here?
So this would be just as if though you flipped and looked to the right. So as you entered the residence, I guess it would be walking north, and then all the way at the right corner, which would be like the northeast living room, as the way that I would describe it. They had an L-shaped couch.
All right. Publishing 222. What perspective are we looking at now?
Same perspective as before, just maybe a little bit further to the north and looking towards the east.
Was this the room that you were assigned to?
Yes, it was.
Who was helping you search this particular room?
Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
I want to ask you about that couch. Does that couch have any sort of special features, or is it just a normal sitting couch?
The far corner next to where the dog kennel is, which would be, if I'm looking at the photo to the right, reclined.
Okay. So when you're performing, if you see what appears to be a reclining couch, do you kind of extend it out to see what potentially might be under it?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
I did.
Publishing Exhibit 223. What do we see here?
So once the recliner had been extended, I shone my light in it actually from the rear of the couch, and I saw what appeared to be like a Ziploc bag containing like fabric or plastic, some sort of like just shredded up material, and then to the right of that was a shoe.
Did the shoe catch your attention?
It did, yes.
Why?
It appeared to be the shoe that was shown to us previously in the video and in the still photos that we had of the suspect.
I'm going to zoom in, and if you look, detective, to your right, there is a mouse. Can you use that mouse and identify where you see the shoe?
So the shoe would be right here. And then what initially caught my eye was the Ziploc bag, which was right back here. And then when I moved to the front of the couch, after Detective Lawrence Gilbert alerted me that we may have some evidence, I came to the front and I observed the portion of what appeared to be like a cut-up shoe.
Detective, were you able to see those shoes or those items when the couch was in its normal kind of non-reclined position?
No.
Okay, so it was, when you walked in, was it hidden from view?
Yes, unless you were to extend the recliner out, you wouldn't have been able to see those items.
Publishing 221. Is this more of a floor level view of this portion of the couch?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 225. Is that kind of coming a little bit closer in?
Yes, it is.
Let me. Do you see the shoe?
I do, yes.
Why don't you circle it and identify it for us? Okay, let the record reflect the witness has circled a gray Nike to the left of the picture. Let's slide it to the middle here. Where is the bag?
The mouse is kind of already on it, but it's this item right here.
Okay, let the record reflect the witness is circling what appears to be at least a blue-lined Ziploc bag. Where is this other portion of the shoe that you're discussing?
It would have been right here.
Okay, let the record reflect that they're looking at another gray object with some white or black trim, also to the right of the Ziploc bag. Publishing 226. Is this just another close-up view of this shoe?
Yes, it is.
Was this shoe intact? Like, was it cut up, or was this shoe kind of intact?
That shoe was, at least from when I saw it from the back and then from the front, without approaching it too much, it looked to be a whole shoe, as opposed to the other one, which was obviously cut up.
Okay, publishing 227. Is that another close-up or an isolation of the intact shoe?
Yes.
Publishing 228. Is this another side profile of that shoe?
Yes.
Can you pull photos over here? They're over there.
Oh, the balancing?
Yeah.
So here's the problem with Tellis taking the stand. He either at this point has to say, those are my shoes and I was cutting them up because ... Or he has to say, those aren't my shoes, which means that the jury now has to believe that all of this evidence was planted when this detective is testifying that he and another detective were both in this room at the same time. So there was a pair of detectives in this room. So both of them would have had to have been involved in some conspiracy to frame Mr. Tellis for this crime. And if that's the case, you know, this detective who's trying to become a homicide detective is at risk of losing his job for planting evidence. I don't know that the jury's going to buy that. So I don't understand how Mr. Tellis can take the stand and why he's so adamant about doing it.
Published exhibit 311. So this, before we get to 311, so this is the shoe that struck you as being familiar, is that right?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 311. Is this a still from some of the video that you reviewed before performing the search warrant?
Yes, it is.
Oops. Oh, there's the lag. And that's what caught your attention?
Yes.
Putting 228 and 311 essentially side by side. This caught your attention?
Yes, it did.
Okay. I want to publish 229. What are we looking at here?
This is a close-up photo of the partial shoe that was located next to the Ziploc bag.
Detective, when you look at this, has the insole been removed?
It appears that way, yes.
Okay, is that usually the part of your shoe that you sweat into?
Correct.
Publishing 230. Is this another profile of that cut-up shoe?
Yes, it is.
Is that a blood stain on that shoe?
Is that another image from a different angle?
Yes.
Publishing 232. Is this just another top view or dorsal view of the shoe?
Correct.
I learned something new today.
I actually don't know what dorsal means, so you
Means
educated me,
top.
sir.
Means top. Publishing 235. What are we looking at here?
So this is a close-up photo of the Ziploc bag that I located with what appeared to be just like shredded bits of fabric.
Okay. Publishing 233. Are these some examples of some of the items inside that bag?
Yes, they are.
Publishing 234. What are we looking at here?
Just some more bits and pieces of plastic and fabric that were located inside of the Ziploc bag.
When you identified the bag, the cut-up shoe, the intact shoe, what do you do at that point? When you see it, what's the next step in terms of securing it and getting it impounded?
So we work hand in hand with our crime scene section. So usually the way that it works is once you find an item of evidentiary value, there's a lot more detectives usually than there are crime scene analysts. So we'll call out to the person who is documenting the evidence of the crime scene, right? Which in this case was crime scene analyst Smisson. So I called out for her and told her that we had located something in the living room under the couch, and then she came and pulled it from where it was, and then proceeded to document it as shown in the photos.
Let me ask you this, and I didn't ask you this before. Are you guys wearing anything protective-wise to preserve the integrity of the scene?
Yes.
What are you wearing?
This is not even just for the preservation of the scene, which obviously it's just another layer of protection to like preserve DNA evidence, but we will always wear gloves, also just for like sanitary purposes, because a lot of times where we're searching, there are items which not necessarily clean or could be potentially dangerous, but also in instances where we're searching for items where we might want to seek DNA, we'll wear mask coverings over our mouth and nose.
So you're wearing facial coverings, gloves. So you see this, you alert CSA Smisson, and then what does she do at that point as far as you recall?
So she comes to the front of it, to where the area where the shoe was located. She documents it in place by taking photographs of it as it was located. And then I think I helped her by lifting up the couch on the backside, because one of the items are kind of wedged in there a little further deep, and then she pulled them out and proceeded to document.
Okay, so then they're documented, and then I take it, are they bagged up at that point?
Well, she collects all the evidence as is part of their procedure. She usually, after she's done with her photographs, she'll bag it up, and then they take it away to the crime scene lab to conduct whatever analysis or just impound, whichever is applicable.
As far as you remember, did anybody else handle those shoes other than kind of when you observed it between Smisson kind of impounding it? Did you let anyone else kind of manipulate that evidence?
No.
Okay, court's indulgence. No further questions.
Cross-examination?
Yes, thank you. It's Detective Nahum.
Nahum? I know it's a point of contention in this trial, sir. There's a lot of pronunciations of it. Nahum is the correct way.
Nahum?
Correct.
Just want to make sure I have the spelling right.
I appreciate that.
You and I have never spoken.
Correct.
Haven't contacted you concerning any reports that you may have generated in reference to this case?
You have not, sir, no.
There is an officer's report.
The defendant went through several defense attorneys, and prior to going through several defense attorneys, he was defending himself. So him asking about whether or not he had contact with Detective Nahum doesn't mean that a defense attorney didn't have contact with Detective Nahum.
That was generated in reference to this homicide investigation, correct?
I would assume so. Being that it was Detective Gaddis's case, I would assume it's Detective Gaddis's officer's report.
Okay. It's common. What happens, these reports are prepared in preparation for perhaps trials such as this one. concerning homicide investigations and prosecutions. Fair to say?
Absolutely.
These reports are important.
Absolutely.
They're generally made in time and obviously advised to assure their accuracy.
Sure.
I mean, obviously, this is relied upon by the courts, by the state prosecutors, defense in these cases. Fair to say?
Absolutely. They're very important reports.
And in this case, did you review, and I'll tell you, it's a 70-page report that is authored. It appears by Detective Gaddis. Did you review this report in preparation for your testimony today or any time during your involvement in this case?
I have not, sir. No.
If I told you that this report basically is a summation of the entire investigation, would you have any reason to disagree with me?
No.
And
Without
this-
knowing any of the contents, of course, but that's a fair representation of the majority of our reports, if not all of our reports. It's just a summary of our actions as detectives to best document our actions and the investigation.
This report, and I'll just tell you, and state has a report. I mean, obviously, I'm not misleading you. This report lays out basically the entry of Mr. Tellis's home, the search of Mr. Tellis's home on September 7th, 2022. Okay, happened in the morning, correct?
Yeah, sometime it was during regular working hours. I remember being there in the morning till the afternoon.
He had taken a stepson to school, correct? 9:12 in the morning. right
I
around
wasn't part of the apprehension or any of the sort of predecessing stuff that happened before. I was just told once Mr. Tejas was taken into custody that we'd be assisting this homicide squad with the service of a search warrant.
Okay. And that was later in the day of the 7th, correct?
Like I said, it was sometime in the morning to the afternoon of that day. It was daylight.
Now, in this report, it lays out the persons at the scene of the search of Mr. Tellis's residence. Fair to say?
Sure.
Has a list of people that were present, and I wanted to make sure I got the spelling of your name correct. Your name does not appear in this report.
Mm-hmm.
Your name does not appear as the person that had discovered this tennis shoe that we've seen photographs of, or the pieces, the bags, things like that. Do you have any reason to disagree with me when I tell you it's not there?
Having not seen the report, sir, I have no reason to disagree with you.
If I told you that there's approximately 1,050 pages that have been produced as discovery from the district attorney's office, your name does not appear in those 1,050 pages. And I'm telling you, would you have any reason to disagree, or would you know I'm telling you the truth?
I have no reason to not believe you, sir. I was just wondering if the question was coming afterwards.
And great, your name's not here, but you're giving us testimony today that you found these cut up pieces of shoe, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that you found this shoe underneath the couch in the living room to Tellis home, correct?
I did, yes.
What time do you say that you arrived at the Tellis home?
I couldn't give you a specific time, sir. Memory serves. What I recall is it was during working hours.
Okay.
The homicide section works between 7 to 5 p.m., 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. So it was within our working hours, and it was sometime in the afternoon, and we were there till in the morning to the afternoon.
Okay, and you don't recall when you left, fair to say?
Yeah, not the exact time, no.
So I want to recall some testimony for everybody. The CSI person who Mr. Nahum said he directed to the shoes that was missing, I believe. When she was on the stand, she said that Detective Nahum directed her to the shoes. So there are two people now who say that he was present at the scene of this search, regardless of whether or not his name is included in the report that was authored by a different detective. But the fact that his name was excluded from the report can be used to show that perhaps other people's names were excluded from the report including this Detective Jaffe, who the defense seems to be saying is somehow involved in a conspiracy against Mr. Tellis.
You didn't write any reports or generate any reports concerning what you say that you found in the Tellis home, fair to say?
That's correct. I did not generate any reports.
And you were asked by Mr. Hamner if you had seen any civilians, members of Compass Realty at the home during the course of your investigation, during the search that you say that you were at, correct?
Yes.
But you weren't there prior to the service of this search warrant, correct? The 6th, the 5th?
Previous days?
Yes.
No, I had never responded to the Tejas residence before my part of the service of the search warrant.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, so, Detective, you were asked on cross-examination about Detective Gaddis's officer's report. Do you remember being asked a series of questions about that?
I do, yes.
Okay. What's your first name?
Edgar?
Okay, so that begins with an E?
That's correct.
And what's your last name?
Nahum?
Okay, how do you spell it?
It's N as in Nancy, A-H-U-M as in Mary.
Okay, M as in Mary. What's your P number?
My P number is 15484.
Okay. On direct examination, I asked you a question. Did you process or search that living room alone, or did you do it with someone?
You did ask, and I believe that I answered. I did it with Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
Okay. Referring to pages 40 and 41, counsel. You were also asked a question about when you did this. You had indicated the morning, is that correct?
Sometime between the morning and into the afternoon. We were there for several hours.
Would it help refresh your recollection as to the time if you had a chance to review Detective Gaddis's officer's report, specifically the area about executing the warrant at that location?
I've never seen Detective Gaddis's police report.
Would it help refresh your memory as to time you had a chance to take a glance at it?
Absolutely.
Referring to page 40 and 41, counsel. I'd like you to take a look at this paragraph right here.
If this guy's initials and his tag number are in the report, that's bad for the defense.
Take a look, and there's a list of persons present. I want you to look at number 8 for the record, number 8, counsel. Take a look here, read it silently to yourself. Okay? And I want to turn to page 41, first paragraph, counsel. Take a look at this paragraph here, and just review that, and let me know if that refreshes your memory to a certain extent. Okay? If you read this paragraph right here. Okay? All right. So, now that you've had a chance to refresh your memory with Detective Gaddis, there was a question that was posed about, would it surprise you if you were never referenced? Do you see a possible reference to your name?
I do, yes.
Okay. Where is it listed?
As part of the persons present during the search of the execution of the search warrant at Mr. Tejas' home.
Okay. So when they list the officers, do they list out the first initial of their name?
Yes, they do.
Okay. What is the name and what is the first initial listed for you?
E as in Edward or Edgar, which is my actual name.
In the officer's report, how is your last name spelled?
It's misspelled. It's spelled N-A-H-U-N at the end as opposed to N.
Instead of M. I have that issue with N there that people know.
So that's just a bad job by the defense attorney. He probably had someone on his staff review this voluminous 70-page report as well as the rest of the reports, because as attorneys, we don't have time to read every single document, especially when we're picking up on the tail end of a case and other attorneys have already had time to go through this stuff. So he's likely relying on other people having reviewed this, and missing that E Nahun as opposed to E Nahum is a critical error. And it's going to make the jury think that the defense attorney isn't doing a very good job either. And it's going to kind of erode some of that reasonable doubt that was being placed into their minds. So this is a big error on the part of the defense counsel here. Not only that, but if he was referenced in the report, obviously that goes against the idea that there were individuals present who weren't referenced in the report.
All the time. But anyways, is your P number denoted correctly?
My P number is denoted correctly.
Okay. And then in the officer's report, who is denoted as the person who locates the shoe in the living room?
The person that I was assisting with the search, Detective Lawrence Gilbert.
If you could, please explain to the jury whether or not Detective Gilbert is currently an active member of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
No, tragically he's retired, and I miss him every day.
Okay. So how long has he been retired for?
Just a couple of months.
Okay. So he's retired and you're active, correct?
That's correct.
But you participated in this search?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you were with him, and the two of you worked as a team to locate that shoe?
Yes, we did.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, so your name was misspelled in the report on the one page.
My name, my last name seems to be keep a recurrent theme in this trial, sir.
Okay, but it was Detective Gilbert that initially found the shoe underneath the couch.
We were both searching the same area. Like I said, I was behind the couch. He was in front of the couch. I shone my light on it from the back. I initially my attention was drawn to the Ziploc bag, and then when I looked to the right, saw the shoe. At that point, Detective Gilbert, I assume, also saw the shoe because he told me, hold on one second.
We can't get into, obviously, you were present.
That's correct, sir.
Testimony. Were you wearing body cam, or was this in any way memorialized?
We as detectives, sir, do not wear body cams. We are not required to as part of our policies or procedures.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else?
That was one of the best redirect examinations I've seen in my time as an attorney. This witness was completely rehabilitated. Anything that he could have possibly said, he was already a very credible witness, in my opinion. So the redirect, if his testimony was impeached in any possible way, it was fully rehabilitated by that redirect examination. Kudos to the prosecutor's office for going through every line by line, not relying on AI to do a name search of Edgar or Nahum or anything of that nature. And I just want to point out that the fact that Detective Gilbert is no longer with the police department means that even if he was served with a subpoena to appear as a witness in this case, while he does have to comply based on, the fact that we all have to comply with subpoenas, there's no one there to force him to comply. And more often than not, courts don't hold people accountable for not complying with a subpoena unless they are pressed to do so because that person's testimony is so critical to someone's case. Here, that testimony likely isn't all that critical. So if he was subpoenaed, the prosecution probably is not going to go after him. And so the fact that he's not here is probably just because he's retired.
Just real briefly, as to the question I memorialized through body cam, there's other ways to memorialize a search, correct?
Yes, there is.
There are photographs, correct?
Photographs as well as a scribe, sir.
Right? There are reports that are written, correct?
Yes, correct.
Evidence can be physically impounded, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
In this case, was the shoes and the cut-up shoes and the baggy shoes and the half shoes, were those things impounded as evidence?
Yes, they were.
Were they photographed and documented via photography?
Yes, that's correct.
And was it memorialized in the officer's report?
Yes, yes it was.
Additionally, crime scene analysts prepare reports as well.
Yes, they do.
I know you haven't read it, but isn't there a responsibility to memorialize the things that are ultimately located and impounded?
Yes, that's another part of the process for us is that they generate their reports, and then obviously as supporting people in our investigations, our reports are very, I don't want to say redundant, but a lot of the same information is located on both of them.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Thank you, sir.
There's no questions. Thank you.
Looks like we have some questions from the jurors.
This is probably the last witness for the day, I would guess. It's about 4:30 now in Vegas. Oh, nope, they are putting on another witness. This is going to be witness number 14 for the prosecution. So we should be getting to the end of the prosecution's witnesses. They're probably discussing with the judge right now how long they expect for this witness to take, because the jury does have to, go home for the day.
Course exhibit number 10. Do you recall who was the one that reclined the chair to check underneath? Was it you or Detective Gilbert?
Remember serves correctly, it was me.
Course exhibit number 11. While the
No, we've got jury
searched the
questions.
home, was the cameras on from the home and was the videos reviewed after the search?
Hard to say. I don't know.
And we mark this court's exhibit number 11. Is there any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
No, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you very much for being here. And
Thank
the
you.
state may call their next witness.
Detective Milligan?
Please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is James Milligan. That's James. Milligan is Millillagan.
May proceed. Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long have you been a homicide detective?
A little over 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Metro in total?
Just about 18 years.
Okay. Were you working as a homicide detective on September the 7th of 2022?
I was.
And were you part of a team that was responsible for doing a search warrant at a residence on Spanish Steps?
I was.
And that's 9624 Spanish Steps?
That's correct.
Do you recall if other homicide detectives were involved in that search warrant as well?
Yes, there were.
Prior to doing the search warrant, is there any kind of briefing that occurs amongst the team of detectives that's going to do the search?
Yes, there is.
And who does the briefing?
Really, anybody can do the briefing.
Okay.
I can't recall exactly who it was during this particular incident.
Do you get some sort of briefing that helps you know what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay, and that was done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay, when you get to the residence, do you have to wait till a search warrant is actually signed by a judge in order to enter the residence?
That's correct.
You weren't the person that drafted the warrant, correct?
I was not.
But at some point you were told there was judicial approval to enter the residence.
That's correct.
And then after that, I assume the detectives go in the residence?
Yes.
Do you take sort of an overview before people start going through things?
Yes, we do.
Is there any attempt to document how the residence appears before any searching occurs?
Yes, there is.
How does that take place?
The crime scene analyst will go into the residence and take overall photographs prior to any searching taking place.
Okay, so we know how it looks initially, and then then the search proceeds?
Yes.
Amongst the detectives, how do you decide who's going to search where?
We look at the layout inside the house, how big the house is, how cluttered it might be or maybe not, and then how many people do we have to actually help do the searching, and then we divvy up assignments from there.
Okay, and do you know a Detective Nahum?
I do.
He's the gentleman that just left the courtroom?
Yes.
Do you recall him working on this search warrant with Detective Gilbert?
Yes.
Detective Gilbert is now retired?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Did you have a particular duty with respect to this search warrant that other homicide detectives didn't have?
Yes, I was, excuse me, designated as the scribe for the service of the search warrant.
What does it mean to be the scribe?
The scribe takes inventory of any evidence that was collected, who it was collected by, where it was found, and will complete the search warrant return, which is essentially a handwritten inventory of items that were seized.
Okay, and that's just making sure everything's documented in writing as well as the photographs taken by the crime scene analyst?
That's correct.
And then the crime scene analyst actually does a report as well?
Correct.
Besides the homicide detectives and the crime scene analyst, were there any people in the house that were present during the search warrant?
There was a detective with the Digital Investigations Bureau.
Okay.
And other than that, upon initial arrival, there were family members inside the residence.
What happened with the family members? Where did they go while you guys were searching?
Once we clear one room to make sure that there's no evidence that we're looking for or any type of weapons or anything, then typically they'd be allowed to sit in that one space with supervision from law enforcement.
Okay, so there's an officer with them, but they can kind of see and hear what's going on inside the residence as well?
Correct.
While the warrant is being executed or while you're searching?
Correct.
And that there were family members of Mr. Tellis at least present in a room while the search warrant was going on?
Correct.
Now, in order, or well, when you go and do a search warrant, do you wear any type of protective equipment so you don't transfer anything external onto potential evidence?
Yes, normally latex gloves are worn.
Okay. Now, with regard to this search warrant, do you recall what area of the residence you searched?
Primarily the downstairs, to include the living room, kitchen, and garage.
Okay, so you're kind of going in many areas, is that fair?
Correct.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness? Sir, I'm going to show you a series of photographs. This is State's Proposed 236 to 246.
Okay.
Could you look through those and just let me know when you're done, please?
Sure.
Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And what are they of?
Those are photographs taken from inside of Mr. Tase's garage.
Okay.
Particularly a shelving unit along one of the walls, which had a gray plastic storage bin, which contained a gray and black duffel bag.
And was that one of the areas that you participated in searching?
Yes, it was.
And actually, you were the scribe, so you probably kept track of where a lot of things were found in that warrant.
Yes.
I'm going to put on the overhead, oh, sorry, I moved to admit 236 to 246, Your Honor.
No objection.
And now may I publish? Thank you. I'm going to put on the overhead states 236. Is that just an overview of the garage area?
Yes, it is.
Okay. This is states 237. Can you orient us a little bit, and is that just one side of the garage?
I believe it's the west side of the garage.
Okay. And now I'm putting on the overhead states 238. Do you recognize that part of the garage?
I do.
And where you ultimately end up finding the bag that you were describing, are you able to grab that mouse in front of you and just kind of circle it for the jurors?
Yes, right here in this plastic bin.
Okay. I'm putting on the overhead now, states 240. Is that a closer view of that bag?
Yes, it is.
And so when you found that, would you have called the crime scene analyst over to photograph it?
Yes.
And this is states 242. Removal of the bag
Yes.
from the tub.
Yes.
States 243. What are we looking at in that photograph?
It looks like the outside of the bag.
and states 244.
The opposite side of the bag.
Okay. And was that bag, to your knowledge, impounded by the crime scene analyst?
Yes, it was.
And I just want to put that bag, just for the record, we'll have states 244 in view, and then I'm also going to put on the overhead states 311. Is looking at 311, which is on the right-hand side, the bag was of significance based on that photograph. Is that fair?
Yes.
During the service of the search warrant, besides the family members that you mentioned and Metro personnel, were any like strangers or people that weren't Metro or family members allowed to be in the house at the time of the search?
Absolutely not.
Thank you, sir. I'll pass the witness.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So if I understand your testimony, this bag in question, which I'll back up a little bit more, was found here in this box, this storage container.
Correct.
And this was in a garage area.
Yes.
And then once this was presumably taken out of this storage container, it had a basketball and a football in it.
Yes, it did.
Was that basketball and football preserved?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. This picture right here, assuming is with the basketball and the football in it?
I believe it is.
Okay. Then it's opened.
Yes.
And then here, this would be, it looks like the bag is empty.
Yes.
And is that like sawdust or something? What is that at the bottom of it? Did you know? Did you preserve it? Did you take it?
I'm not sure what's in there.
And then this was asked, you were asked if this was of significance because obviously it looks a lot like this bag, huh?
Yes.
But then this bag had a basketball in it, football in it, and is in a storage container, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know what the point of any of that was.
Step down. You're excused from your subpoena.
Anybody got any guesses?
And you may call your next witness.
State will call Detective John Hoffman. If you'll please remain standing, raise your right hand, face the clerk.
Do you do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. Please state and spell your first and last name for the record.
My name is John Hoffman, John Hoffman.
Have a seat. Thank you. Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of Homicide?
7.5 years.
Prior to that, where were you?
Prior to that, I was a patrol detective at Downtown Area Command.
Okay. Did you work with Detective Justine Gaddis in performing a search warrant on the residence of Robert Tellis?
Yes.
Okay. Was Detective Gaddis a member of your squad? Is that why you were assisting her on that day?
Yes.
All right. If you could, explain a little bit about what is the process to get ready to execute a search warrant on a home? Is there some briefing that you do? Do you start looking at some other evidence that's collected to try to get to bone up on maybe what you should be looking for?
Yes. They'll usually be a brief prior to that. What that will consist of is if we're looking at video surveillance to kind of see if there's any clothing or weapons like that we need to look out for. But then there's also some items to be searched within the search warrant, and then we'll go over those items to make sure we know what we're all looking for.
In this case, did you review some video surveillance that was collected from the neighborhood where Mr. Gehrman was killed?
Yes.
Publishing what's already been admitted to States 311, did you see footage that included this suspect?
Yes.
Did you study this, the clothing and the things that he's carrying with him, or whoever this person is, to see if it might be located in the defendant's home?
Yes.
All right. When you execute a warrant, are people allowed to freely walk in and out as they please?
No.
Okay, what steps do you take to make sure that people aren't coming into, in this case, a home and compromising your search warrant?
Usually what we'll have is patrol officers stand outside the residence to block people from coming into the residence.
Are citizens allowed to come in?
No.
How about realtors?
No.
Anyone from Compass Realty?
No.
Okay. Did you happen to see Derek Jaffe in the home at the time you executed that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know who Detective Jaffe is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So he wasn't there. What sort of steps do you take to make sure, do you wear anything to preserve the integrity of things you may be touching or locating?
Yes, we wear gloves to make sure that we don't disturb any of the evidence.
Do you wear like a face mask or anything like that as well?
No.
Okay, so you didn't in this case?
No.
Okay, sometimes do other personnel do?
Yes.
Okay. When you execute a search warrant, as you did in this case, did you break up portions of the house to kind of say, you know, we'll handle this section, someone else will handle this section? Did you do something like that?
Yes.
What area of the house were you assigned to?
I searched the kitchen and then the garage.
Okay. Who did you work with in the kitchen?
I believe it was Detective Musenmeyer.
Okay. Did you work with Musenmeyer in the garage as well?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. Who did you work with in the garage, if anyone?
I know Detective Milligan was there, but I don't remember if anybody else was in the garage.
All right. I want to focus your attention to the garage for a moment. Oh, I forgot to ask. Was Mr. Tellis's wife present in the home at the time you executed the warrant?
Yes, she was.
All right. Let's talk about your search of the garage. What do you remember about looking through that garage?
There was a lot of items in the garage that made it difficult to search.
Okay. Let me show opposing counsel exhibits 247, 248, 249, 250, 251, 252, and 253. These are all proposed exhibits. I have another two that have already been admitted. These are the proposed exhibits. Any objections? No. Okay. Opposing counsel has been gracious enough to stipulate to the admission of states proposed 247 through 253.
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right, so I'm going to approach with states 247 and 253 as well as states 282 and 285. So let's just start with this batch first. And take a look and see if you recognize what you're looking at there.
These are pictures of the inside the defendant's garage, and then ultimately the item I found in the garage.
All right, and when you look at states admitted 282 and 285, what are we looking at here?
Those are just photos that were taken of the object I found later on.
Okay. So, you mentioned that the garage had a lot of stuff in it.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay.
Yes.
Publishing 247, is this a fair and accurate depiction of what this garage looked like?
Yes.
Okay. Ultimately, where do you go? Where do you end up finding something that kind of catches your attention somewhere in this garage?
Yes.
Where roughly? Where is that?
In the picture here, it's going to be the toolbox that is left of the, I think it's a water softener.
So if you take there's a mouse right there.
Okay.
If you put your cursor, so that's the red, what is that, a toolbox?
Yeah, toolbox, yes.
So there's something of interest that was there?
Yes.
Okay. and let the record reflect the witness identified what appears to be a large standing red, kind of almost like a toolbox credenza something, in the center of the photograph. Publishing 248, is this a close-up of this toolbox?
Yes, it is.
What draws where your attention, where is that drawn to?
There's a bag at the bottom storage section of the toolbox.
Why don't you circle that for us?
Sorry, right here.
Let the record reflect the witness has circled what appears to, or at least identified at the bottom of that red structure, toolbox, a white plastic bag with something in it. Publishing 249, is this a close-up of that bag?
Yes, it is.
Publishing 250, is this another picture of it getting a little bit closer?
Yes.
Publishing 251, are we getting closer?
Yes.
Publishing 252. What are we looking at here?
That's a picture that the CSA took after she removed the bag from the toolbox.
Okay, and what does she have on her hands?
Gloves.
Publishing 253. Is this just another angle of that bag?
Yes.
Publishing 282. What are we looking at here?
That's another photograph of the bag and what's inside of it.
Okay. And publishing 285. What are we looking at here?
That's going to be the bag and then the contents that were within that bag.
Why did this catch your attention?
Because that the object that was in that bag is similar to what the suspect was wearing in the video surveillance.
Let me publish 311 for a second. Let's put them side by side if we could. Is that the hat that caught your attention in terms of the surveillance footage?
Yes.
Okay, and that's why you felt it important to collect this bag, this Sprouts bag with a cut-up sun hat?
Yes.
All right. When you identified this, did you and your partner, what do you do next? So you locate it. Do you call anyone over to kind of help you out to make sure it gets impounded properly?
Yes. Once we identify anything that's of evidentiary value, we call a crime scene analyst over, and then that crime scene analyst will photograph the item in place where it was found.
Okay. And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
All right. Did you see anyone, any foreign parties, anyone manipulate that bag between the time that you brought that CSA over to the time that she impounded it into evidence?
No.
Okay. I have no further questions at this time.
Yes, thank you.
So real quick, the prosecution is establishing that not only were these items found in Mr. Tellis's home, but each of the three items were found by different detectives. So you've got James Milligan, John Hoffman, and Edgar Nahum, who would all have to be somehow involved in this conspiracy, unless, of course, somebody came in before they all got there and planted these pieces of evidence in Mr. Tellis's home for them to find. So they're doing a good job of giving the defense a huge amount of things that they're going to have to overcome in order to prove this alleged conspiracy. And at the same time, they are eliminating this Detective Jaffe from possibly being present during this search, because during opening statements, the defense attorney was indicating that Mr. Jaffe is the one who wants to see Mr. Tellis fall. So perhaps if he was there, he's the one who planted all the evidence, but everybody's saying he wasn't there. So I don't know where the defense is going to go for this.
A couple of quick questions. You didn't take these photographs, correct?
No, I did not.
It was a crime scene analyst.
Yes.
And the crime scene analyst is called upon by yourself or other members of the homicide team to take pictures of items that you feel may be of significance?
Yes.
We have 3 photographs taken presumably by the crime scene analyst. This one, correct?
Yes.
And then a little bit closer, correct?
Yes.
And then a little closer still.
Yes.
Did you ask the crime scene analyst to take the 3 different pictures?
No.
But the crime scene analyst was summoned by yourself to take these pictures.
Yes.
Is that correct? You hadn't removed this bag, had you, prior to?
I believe I had to see what was inside the bag.
Oh, so you had already moved the bag? Then,
Yes.
and then put it back?
Yes.
And then asked the crime scene analyst to come and take a picture, correct?
Yes.
And not 1 picture, but 3 pictures?
Yes.
After you'd moved it and put it back?
Yes.
And who are you with when you removed the bag?
Excuse me?
Who were you with? Were you alone when you found this bag?
I know there were other detectives in the garage searching at that time, but I was by myself when I found that.
So then you find this bag, you go get the crime scene analyst, and then who took these pictures?
I believe it was crime scene analyst Smithson.
And then crime scene, almost like she's coming up on it, she takes 3 pictures, correct?
Yes.
And then you remove the bag again, correct? And this is a picture of you removing the bag?
No.
Whose hand's that?
That's the crime scene analyst.
Okay. And is that her removing the bag?
Yes, I believe so.
But you've already moved the bag and put it back, so this is just extra, correct?
Yes.
Staged, in a sense. You'd agree?
No, I wouldn't say it's staged.
Okay. She's holding the bag now, correct?
Yes, she is.
Versus you, who've already handled the evidence, correct?
Yes.
No. Again, we have this bag, but it's already been removed by you and put it back, correct?
Yes.
Same question. I presume it's the same answer,
Yes.
correct? Now, do you remove these items from the bag, or does crime scene analyst Smithson?
Crime scene analyst did.
I see. So this is taken of her, by her, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And then the contents of the bag are removed, correct?
Yes.
But it's your testimony that you'd already summoned her. Was she outside another room when you went and got her?
I believe she was. I don't believe that she was in the garage at that time.
Okay. But you went and got her before you opened the bag.
I never opened the bag.
But you knew that you needed to get her to take these approaching photos of her, correct?
Yes.
Were you present when she took these photos?
No.
Okay. Were you present when you weren't present when she opened the bag?
For these photos, no.
So you don't know if this is a complete representation of what was in the bag or not?
No.
Fair to say?
Right.
No?
No.
Was this bag ever processed for fingerprinting or anything to your knowledge?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can you redirect?
Yeah, just okay. So you remember I asked questions about picking up the bag and whether you opened the bag. Remember all those questions?
Yes.
So let's look at it here. So did you open up that plastic bag to see what was inside?
No, I did not.
Okay. What is it? Publishing 282. What is it about when you look at this bag that catches your attention?
It's pretty much the way that the fabric is on the hat, and then it's pretty much just the way the fabric is on the hat that caught my attention.
Okay, so it looks to you like it could be that hat. Is that right?
Yeah, similar to, yes.
And so to be cautious, you made sure your CSA came over and collected it.
Yes.
Okay, you didn't open it, right?
No, I did not.
You thought it might be a hat.
Yes.
Right? And then lo and behold, when the CSA opens it, is it a hat?
That's what it appears to be.
So your intuition was on the money on that one, eh?
Appears so.
Okay. And it has, how many holes does it have at the top of that hat? Well, what are those 3 dots up there?
I believe those are the holes that go at the top of the hat.
Okay, publishing 311. Holes like that?
Yes.
What's this brown thing here?
That appears to be a strap that you may use to hold the hat on your head, like under your chin.
Publishing 311. Do you see anything similar like that in this photograph?
From that photo, no, not that I can see.
Okay, how about at the top of the hat up here? Like up at the, not below the brim, but maybe at the, I'm not a hat expert, so I don't even know how you break that one down.
No, neither am I.
So forget about the sunshady part.
Mhm.
It's part about the 10-gallon part, right? What's that brown or black thing on the back part?
No, from that photo, I can't tell
Okay.
what it is.
All right, but there's something brown there, right?
Objection leading.
What color is the thing at the back part of the hat?
It's dark colored.
Okay, is it thick or thin?
Appears to be thin from that photo.
Okay, thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Just briefly, were you present when the bag was recovered with the soccer ball and the basketball and the football in it?
I don't know if I was or not.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
So I just want to point out that on redirect, the prosecutor keeps asking the first thing he says is, do you remember when the defense attorney was asking you questions about X, Y, and Z? The reason he's doing that is because on redirect, if you ask any questions that the person who cross-examined the witness didn't include in their cross-examination, if the witness wasn't asked about certain things in the cross, and you ask questions about it in the redirect, not only can the defense attorney object to that, but if he does, whether he does object or not, if that question goes forward, you are then opening the door for the defense attorney to get back up and delve into this new line of questioning as well. So he's just making sure that the record shows that he is only asking questions pertaining to the line of questioning that the defense attorney asked on cross-examination. Looks like we may have a jury question again. The jury has been very active. I like to see juries ask questions because it means that they're paying attention. What you don't want is juries falling asleep or, zoning out during a trial, especially when someone is on trial for essentially their life, essentially their freedom. So let's see if there is a jury question. We might just be done for the day. They might be wrapping up. The attorneys are going up to talk to the judge. And it looks like if I fast forward this video, we might be done for the day. I just want to hang on for a second and see if there is a jury question before we just close it out prematurely.
Marked as court exhibit number 12. Did the witness have to open the toolbox to locate the Sprouts bag?
No, I did not.
Any follow-up from the state?
No, Your Honor.
From the defense?
So it was in plain sight.
It was in plain sight once items were removed that were in front of it.
Also, there are items in front of it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
One follow-up. Plain sight? Is this a neat garage?
Doesn't appear to be.
Okay, is everything readily identifiable here?
No.
Okay, no further questions.
Follow up. This photograph was taken after the search occurred.
I believe so, yes.
So Metro had already been in there and been moving things around, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
So thank you very much for your testimony here today. You may step down and you are excused from your subpoena. Thank you for being here. This time we are going to conclude for the day. During this recess, you're admonished not to discuss or communicate with anyone, including your fellow jurors, in any way regarding the case or its merits, either by voice, phone, email, text, internet, or the means of communication, or
All right, so that is it for today. We will be
On the
coming
next
back
episode of
tomorrow
Accomplice to Murder.
for the next day of this trial. But before we do, let's just recap a couple of the things we learned today. This isn't going to take long because it's already 8 p.m. and I do have a day job that I've got to work to do for that I'm going to be up till the wee hours of the morning working on. But today we heard from Zachary Schilling, who was a realtor, and together with the testimony of Kristen Riffle, we just learned that to them it looked like the assailant's gait matched the gait of Mr. Tellis, and the fact that the automobile used during the commission of this crime appeared to be similar to that of Mr. Tellis, clued them in that maybe they need to call Crime Stoppers, but their testimony was probably the least compelling testimony throughout the trial. Other than them, everybody has seemed, in my view, to be pretty credible. These detectives don't seem like they're getting on the stand lying about anything, even when answering the questions are not necessarily good for the prosecution's case. As was the case with this last detective, where he said, that he had manipulated the bag prior to calling CSI in. That kind of opened the door for the defense attorney to say, so this was all staged. And even though that was cleaned up, it still paints in the juror's mind that, well, they moved it around. Maybe they planted it there. It could plant that in their mind. We also heard from, in the beginning, we had the cross-examination of the Detective Mogg. That was a carryover witness from yesterday. And we did hear that Mr. Tellis was subject to surveillance on the date of his death, but we don't know exactly what that surveillance pertains to. And he also basically said that he didn't review the camera footage for the Tesla and the BMW. Perhaps the defense attorney is going to come back to that, but at this point, I don't know what the evidentiary value of that is. We heard from Stephanie Yagi, the medical examiner. She was pretty credible, and she essentially gave the testimony that the opinion that the death was caused by the stab wounds. So again, the prosecution does have to hit all of the elements of this crime. And if they don't establish the cause of death, then Mr. Tellis, nobody can be convicted for the crime itself, because essentially they can say, well, he may have died because of something else. We had Jennifer Manning. She was the senior CSI analyst. She wasn't at the scene of the crime, but she was present for the autopsy. She was also present for when Mr. Tellis was taken into custody. And we learned from her that he had wounds, pictures of which were taken into evidence so the jury can see them. To his the most significant wound was covered by a Band-Aid on his left ring finger, which when they removed was a pretty disgusting looking wound. And the fact that the medical examiner had already said that Mr. Gehrman had defensive wounds, coupled with the fact that Mr. Tellis had at least one wound to his person, could indicate that the wound was caused by Mr. Gehrman. She also gave us the testimony about the fingernail clippings being dropped directly into a bag that then was placed in another envelope that was then dropped into a chute. And once it goes in that chute, nobody but a supervisor can get it out of the evidence locker. So we established the chain of custody for these fingernail clippings. So I anticipate that probably tomorrow, given the fast rate at which we're blowing through witnesses here, we're going to hear from whoever analyzed the DNA evidence in this case. We are on witness number 15. I believe one side said they had 20 witnesses in total. So because the prosecution has already gone through 15, I expect that they are going to be the side that has 20 witnesses. So we've got 5 more, and we're getting through more than 5 in a day. So it's very likely that day 3 of this trial will see the close of the prosecution's case in chief, at which point there's going to be likely some motion practice, and then the defense is going to take over. Now, it is the defense's position that this is a conspiracy. All of this is, Tellis is being framed, and I don't know whether that's true or not, but Mr. Tellis case in order to tell his story. And I don't think his defense attorney is too happy about that, but he does want to take the stand. And if he does, he's likely going to be telling the story of his having been framed. So let's quickly look at a newsreel about this frame job that Mr. Tellis is saying is occurring here in this case. And hopefully that'll give us some insight into exactly what we are going to hear from Mr. Tellis should he take the stand.
Where it stops, where it stops, nobody knows. Robert Tellis is essentially playing attorney roulette by constantly changing his mind on who will represent him in court. The latest request marks the 5th time he will have asked to change attorneys, this time asking to represent himself, but that is not the most bizarre thing you're about to hear. Rob Tellis knows what it looks like.
I look like I'm just bouncing through attorneys here.
But he says that's because he doesn't want to wait much longer to stand trial for murder, and the only way to do that is to serve as his own lawyer in an effort to speed up the process. You probably heard in...
So remember I said he got rid of a couple of attorneys. He even tried to defend himself. So that's what they're talking about here.
Law school that any lawyer who represents himself has a fool for a client. What's your response to that?
No, and you're absolutely right. And so
And yes, we do learn that in law school. Anybody who represents themselves has a fool for a client. And he spent a good deal of time on this case representing himself from the inside of a jail cell.
I don't disagree with the statement. And it's not my intention to represent myself through the entirety of the proceedings.
After his latest lawyer asked the court to delay trial until November, Tellis asked him to withdraw. This motion, filed February 3rd by attorney Damian Sheets, cites a material disagreement as to the course and necessary scope of representation that would make it impossible to have a proper and effective attorney-client relationship. Tellis says it comes down to money and time.
I need to try to save what money I can and potentially even try to start a fund, if possible, so that I can raise the funds to make sure that I get the legal defense that is just.
We pointed out
who's contributing to this fund for his legal defense.
The mountain of physical evidence police say ties Tellis to the crime, from his car to cut-up shoes and a distinctive straw hat found at his home to Tellis's own DNA authorities found under Jeff Gehrman's fingernails. Why would you continue fighting as opposed to taking a plea deal in the face of that mountain of evidence?
A lot of folks don't know the the truth of the matter, I think people will be surprised.
What is the truth? I'm here to hear it.
So the truth is that I was framed.
You're
Sure.
telling me right now that you were framed. You did not
Right.
murder Jeff Gehrman.
No, I did not. I did not.
Tellis admits he has no proof he was framed, but hopes his suspicions will be investigated.
I can't prove it, but I know that there's an organization that I was pursuing in court, and I was pursuing in conjunction with the police, even up until just shortly before Mr. Gehrman's murder.
What about the surveillance video purporting to be you? Police say it's you in that landscaper's getup at Gehrman's house.
That is not me.
He claims the physical evidence police found while serving a search warrant at his home was planted.
I don't know when that was planted, but those, again, as far as I know, I don't know when it might have been, but those are not my items.
This marks the first.
So if he takes the stand, he's going to be saying that those items that they found in the house that we just heard all three of those detectives say they found in the house that are going to be likely presented into evidence in this case, pictures of which have been taken into evidence in this case. All those items, none of them belong to him, and they were planted in his home. But he says that the real perpetrators of the conspiracy is some entity, probably this Compass Realty that we keep hearing about. The prosecution keeps asking, were people from Compass Realty present during the search of this home? And we keep hearing that the answer is no, nobody from Compass Realty was there. But the real perpetrators are this Compass Realty group that the defense counsel alluded to in his opening statement, and that they have some grudge against Mr. Tellis based on his conduct when he was the public administrator for Clark County, Nevada. But they would have to be working together with the police department and all of these people who are testifying for the state in this entire case. And that's just a lot. That's a lot for us to have to believe.
Time, Tellis has spoken to 13 investigates in detail about the crime. We asked him, why now?
I felt that, I needed to speak now because it's horrible what's being said about me.
He's referring to articles published in the Las Vegas Review-Journal as the newspaper follows this case.
Just the general notion that I'm this monster who's capable of committing this crime, and the photos that were included in a lot of these articles, which, again, frankly, I looked mentally ill in some of these photos, and, I know that those photos were not expressions I was wearing.
Are you talking about pictures of you in court?
Right.
But
Some
that
of them
was
made me look as
you.
though it was me, but what I'd say to you is that, obviously photojournalists, know how to take pictures.
Whether Tellis sticks with the story that he...
So is he saying that the photos were manipulated, or they just happened to catch him when he had a bad expression on his face? I'm a little confused as to what he was saying at the very end there.
Was framed as part of his defense remains to be seen. His current lawyer's motion to withdraw from the case is set for a hearing on February 28th. Darcy.
So that's that. So that's likely what we are going to what we're going to hear from the defense attorney, if not directly from Mr. Tellis's mouth, should he take the stand. But that's likely the contours of how the defense attorney is going to try to defend his client in this case. So that was just a little background so that you can kind of understand what this conspiracy theory is all about directly from the horse's mouth. So that's what we have for today. Hopefully I will see all of you back here again for day 3. I will put up a notification scheduling the live sometime tomorrow morning. And if you have any questions about what we've heard so far, again, you can drop a comment when this video posts to YouTube. drop a comment below that. I will try to respond before we pick back up with day 3 of this trial. I do appreciate all of you being here with me as we watch this case unfold. For now, my name is Nathan Saunders, and this is The Legal Good.